Kuomba uendelee kuongoza wakubwa wetu wote, waone kama kitu imefanyika, ni watu wote enye wamechaguliwa mufanye kazi enye baadaye wakati mnawacha wakati wenu unapata hiyo ndio kuwa msingi yenu. Tunaomba yote kwa watu wa Kisumu tuiungane pamoja, kwa sababu umoja ndio nguvu. Tunaomba yote kwa jina lako, alhamdulillah rabbil alamin.
Asante sana. Kindly, may you be seated. Find a place to sit. And at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I want to call upon the chair of the city board. He is none other than Mr. Elijah Adul Onyango to come and give us the opening address, after which we'll continue with the program. Karibu. Check. Check.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Elijah Adul Onyango, and I'm the chairman of Kisumu City Board. This morning, together with me, are board members, not all of them. I want them to stand and wave and then sit down again. Today, we have 6 members. The board is made up of 12 members. I take this opportunity to highlight what we are here to do, and by the time I finish, I will hopefully have explained the role of the city board and what Kisumu citizenry can expect going forward. Let me say from the onset that we are assembled here to celebrate the official opening of the new Kisumu Social Center, which henceforth will acquire a new name. The facility in its present form is an ultra-modern social facility housing a modern auditorium and theater, community meeting rooms, cafeteria, club room for indoor games, and a unit for people with disabilities. The old Kisumu Social Center was built in 1959 by the colonial government for use by what they called the Kavirondo natives, and those were our fathers and grandfathers. In those days, the social hall was appropriate and indeed magnificent, as it served a population of just about 10,000 people. Over the years, the facilities became inadequate, calling for the need for rebuilding it. It is against this background that a Kisumu renewal program was conceived and modeled as Kisumu Urban Project, an initiative of the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga and the Honorable French Ambassador then, Her Excellency Madame Elizabeth Babio, and indeed during the tenure of His Worship, the former Mayor, Sam Okello, who is a member of the board now, and with that, the Kisumu Urban Project evolved. The Kisumu Urban Project was an urban project implemented by the city of Kisumu with a funding of 40 million euros. It was a soft loan to the Kenya government And the Kenya government reassigned the loan to the city of Kisumu as a grant. The project was intended to be a pilot for the Kenya municipal program on how urban areas can implement donor funding directly. KUP indeed finances public infrastructure and facilities, slum upgrading, local capacity strengthening, and the development of management skills, particularly in Kisumu City. The project at the national level was administered by the Urban Development Department, while the day-to-day management of the project rested then directly with the Kisumu Municipal Council, and now with Kisumu City as the implementation agency under the supervision of Kisumu City Board. Ladies and gentlemen, what is it that Kisumu Urban Project did? As I said, it was a 4-year urban development project starting in 2012 and was supposed to end in 2016. However, due to the challenges experienced, the project was extended and is now due to end in March of 2021. The overall KUP, as you can see with this magnificent building, is to improve the living conditions of the Kisumu people and to reinforce management skills of the implementers at the local level. It is important to tie up existence of Kisumu City Board and the realization of projects in the city. The city/municipal boards are created pursuant to the 2010 Constitution and the Urban Area Cities Act to take over urbanization of urban areas in the counties. That is a critical role of the board, the city boards and the municipal boards. The Kisumu City Board is therefore the replacement of the defunct Kisumu Municipal Council. The board is the agent of urbanization as far as the county government is concerned. And we know that if you are an agent, you have duties that relate to master and agent relationship. It is important to note that apart from the Kisumu Social Center, there are other very important projects that the city of Kisumu, under the oversight of the Kisumu City Board, has already accomplished. And I'll mention just a few. There are 5 model schools within the city, model schools that were built taking the old ones aside and building a model school with a library, classrooms, furniture, and these schools are in Angira, Thimbonde, Gotnyabondo, Ruea, and Rota. If you visit these areas, you will see a model primary school as we would want all the primary schools to be. God willing, and funds availability being realized, we will increase the number of such schools. The other project that is ready and is done is the Lumumba Health Center across the road. A bridge was built in Kolwa East Ward called Kakoth Bridge, and within town there is 5 bitumen roads known as Impala Dunga Road, Nyamasaria Road, Kawo Sije Road, Kaloleni Road Estates, and indeed there is one just behind here, Naselika Road. I take this opportunity, Father, to thank the French government for having made the loan, the 40 million euro loan available that was advanced to the Kenya government and redirected to Kisumu City. I thank the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga for the initiative. Of course, one would say many things that Honorable Prime Minister did, but we particularly want to be grateful for the initiative that he took together with the then ambassador, the French ambassador, to get this done. I want to thank His Excellency, the Governor, Peter Anyang' Nyong'o, in whose term the social center has been realized. I do remember that when he took office, he undertook to make sure that all the projects that were ongoing and which had not started will be expedited. And this particular Kisumu Social Center is one of them. I particularly want to thank His Excellency, the Governor, for having appointed the Kisumu City Board. The Kisumu City Board should have been appointed as early as 2012, but it was not. When the Governor came into office, he quickly appointed the 12 of us, and we have a role to play, and we have that role to play in Kisumu City. I want to thank the Kisumu citizenry for the support that we are already experiencing in terms of getting proposals through public participation. We will increase many such participation so that we do what wananchi want. With that, I ask Almighty God to be with you, to strengthen you, and to keep us. Thank you very much.
Tumpigie makofi. Let's appreciate the city board chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Elijah Adul. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to have some entertainment, and I want to call upon One Soul Sewe to come and give a presentation with his team before we proceed with the program. Karibu.
Yesu msalaba,
donje dala koro ere. Aya Yesu kata lwenge kata richo kutuna magawe yoni Yesu emsalaba. Adwaro anadwaro teko mangu monalo apin kuadakie ni pinyo pong oyo magi ajao Yesu pia teko mudalochi adwaro anadwaro ateko mangu Yesu monalo pin kuadakie ni pinyo pong oyo magi ajao Yesu pia teko mudalochi tokororo ewe imani mona jonjo edana ere imani gengna lwengenga katari chokutuna maga yoni Yesu tokororo ewe imani mona jonjo edana koro ere karaki isae kata lwengenga kata richo butuna magawe yoni Yesu tukoro imani muna dojo ere karaki isae kata lwengenga kata richo butuna magawe yoni Yesu emsalaba. Wapi makofi. Let's appreciate Brother Saul Sewe. Yeah, that was real energy. Ladies and gentlemen, the governor of the great county of Kisumu has arrived. So we'll hold on a bit. Once he enters the newly built social center, we'll all rise up and welcome the governor, then we'll continue with the program. Tusimame tafadhali kwa heshima. Governor anapoingia, akishaingia ndani ya hall, tutaendelea na program yetu rasmi. Is being received by the board members, the city board members. Tusimame kwa heshima so that we welcome our governor. Karibu sana governor, His Excellency Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o, the governor of this great county of Kisumu. Karibu sana, karibu sana. Welcome. Welcome. Haya, tuweze kukaa. Let's all be seated. Tukae tafadhali. Let's all be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to remind you that it's the great launch of Kisumu Social Center, and I want to call upon Ngoma Choral to come and give us a presentation before we continue with our program. Ngoma Choral, welcome on stage. Ngoma Choral, welcome on stage. Then we'll have Zeze.
wananchi wa Kisumu, kwa kweli twajivunia jiji letu ni jiji la kupendeza. Kwa amani tunaishi pamoja na watu wote wenye amani. Amani ni nguzo yetu. Wananchi wa Kisumu, kwa kweli twajivunia jiji letu ni jiji la kupendeza. Kwa amani tunaishi pamoja na watu wote wenye lugha mbalimbali. Amani ni nguzo yetu. Kuwakaribisha wanabiashara na wafanyikazi wote kwetu Kisumu Dala. Kuwakaribisha wanabiashara na wafanyikazi wote kwetu Kisumu Dala. Wazalendo wa Kisumu, ni kweli tumeamua mila zetu lazima tuzihifadhi. Tushirikiane nao wenzetu wanaokiri wacha mila ni mtumwa. Wazalendo wa Kisumu, ni kweli tumeamua mila zetu lazima tuzihifadhi. Tushirikiane nao wenzetu wanaokiri wacha mila ni mtumwa. Walitera buru, walikiyepewe, walitera mtu, wakasili ya sitipende. Walitera buru, walikiyepewe, walitera mtu, wakasili ya sitipende. Enyi nyote wazalendo, tuzeni tusijijali, wenye lugha tunawe, wanyama tufurahie. Sasa waletu Victoria samaki tele, Nyegezi umola sire nyakamuta. Enyi nyote wazalendo, tuzeni tusijijali, wenye lugha tunawe, wanyama tufurahie. Sasa waletu Victoria samaki tele, Nyegezi umola sire nyakamuta. Walitera buru, walitera mukibende, walikaribisha wanabiashara na wafanyi wote karibuni Kisumu Dala. Walitera moko, walitera moko, walitera moko, waliendura mukibende. Wakaribisha wanabiashara na wafanyi wote karibuni Kisumu Dala. Walitera moko, walitera moko, walitera moko, waliendura mukibende. Wakaribisha wanabiashara na wafanyi wote karibuni Kisumu Dala. Walitera moko, walitera moko, walitera moko, waliendura mukibende. Wakaribisha wanabiashara na wafanyi wote karibuni Kisumu Dala.
Wapi makofi ya ngoma choral? Ngoma Kisumu Dala. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce on stage another great performance by Zeze Africa. Karibu sana Zeze. These are lecturers from Maseno University. Talent, Kisumu's finest. Welcome on stage, Zeze Africa. Karibu. Wapi makofi, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency the Governor, there is one special presentation for you. Allow me now to call upon SMS story makers to come and give a presentation for you.
vision began to grab existence in Taifa Band. Chest thumping craved existence. I am the strongest. I am the strongest. I am called the drum. Without me, you can make it. The piano said, I control the melody. Without my fingers, you cannot make it. Another said, tin tin ok mi dekre. Small is not sickness. Soon, I saw the once united band take sides. I saw the drum go its way. I saw the ongengo go its way. I saw the shakers go their way. I saw the piano go its way. And in their different ways, they played different contrasting tunes. Hey, serious noise. Out of that, they lost their beauty, they lost their creativity, they lost their pride. Oh, sing along, sing a dirge for our great Taifa Band. But for how long? For how long were they going to cry? For how long were they going to lament? For how long were they going to sing a dirge? Behold, I saw the Onanda approach the piano. And to the piano, can we sing those songs again? Can we sing those patriotic songs again? And I saw the Onanda approach the piano and extended a hand. And they made a handshake. They said, can we build bridges? Can we build bridges for our band? For our band needs to be united again. And behold, they began playing a different tune, a united tune. I saw Oyeke coming. Then I saw Ngengo coming. Then I saw the drum coming. They were all coming to play a united tune, to play a combined tune, to play a serious tune. One of you said, hey, I am not going to join you. I'll not join you in that singing. I will go the wheelbarrow way, for that also is a way of dance. But hey, behold, he was right. He was right, the man who said that if your mother-in-law has bad sitting habits, then you must learn good looking habits. That was me, George Chunga Kotiene Punglu Pangla, Wojo Mariek, rendering Taifa Band, SMS production.
Wapi makofi. Let's appreciate George Chunga. That is talent from Kisumu. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting time, we are now going to the panel discussion session, and I want to call upon Mr. Dan OPIYO to take charge of the session. So feel most welcome and enjoy yourselves. Karibu Dan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Daniel OPIYO, and I come from NGO background. I'm also a teacher. We have a panel here, And I'll go straight away to introducing those that we have in the panel so that we can begin the grand debate. At the farthest end, we have Mama Honorable Priska Auma Misachi. She was born and raised in Wioma, Rarieda sub-county. And 2013 to date, she's a member of the county assembly. She was mayor 2004 to 2007. 2002 to 2003, she was a councillor, and re-elected again in 2008 all the way to 2013, Kaloleni ward. Initially, she was a secretary by profession, and she has walked a long way to be here. Karibu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Mr. Governor. As you have heard my name, I was born in Wioma. I'm a mother of 4, all adults. I've been a politician within Kisumu. I've never lived in another city rather than Kisumu. I stayed in Nairobi while I was still very young, but I grew in this city, and this city has grown up with me. I want to say that as a mother and as a leader, I've done several things, either touching on the lives of people. When I was born, and the day I was coming to Kisumu, I was on my way to Nairobi to join my father. I met an old man who told me in our language that, Nyara, you are going to Nairobi, but make sure that Nyar Ngato Oklo Nyangato. I've grown up with that one in mind. And I believe if all the daughters assembly, I would still count myself the best. And that I was given that theory with my great-great-grandfather. I've been in this town. Some are my friends, some are my enemies being a politician. It's difficult for a woman to be a politician for all those years. I've inherited so many names. The first name I inherited way back when I was contesting Stadium Ward, because my background is I was married, and as you can buy a Mercedes Benz and you meet an accident and it is written off, that marriage was written off. And I've stayed all along. So I tried to collect myself and to build my image to be what I am today. I've stayed in this city, single mother, with my 4 children. I took them both to school, and because of that Nyangato, Kilo Nyangato, I took my children to the best school. That was Area Primary School, then to Lugulu for the girls, then to Eregi for another girl, and then Kisumu Boys for the boys. So I believe what I've done my best. That was my life, and the journey I've journeyed up to today. When I was the mayor, I want to say a little about that. I was induced to come to politics because I worked with Tom Boyer when I was still a very young girl, a very beautiful young girl. And I worked with Boyer as a receptionist. I was admiring politicians, and I had it in my mind that if I'm a politician, I'll be able to help my people, because I could see people were coming to Tom for help. People were coming to ask for school fees. And I thought if I was a politician, I was going to be in a position to be asked for those things. That is what I admired. I did not go to politics because I was rich or anything, but that admiral which I had when Boyer was working as a politician and he was a member of parliament of Kamkunji, I used to be sent to Majengo to take goodies to Waswahili homes and then tell them that Tom will be coming here at such a round time. That one, I believe, was the greatest job that I must have achieved, and I thought I was not going to achieve it, but I have achieved it because I've been a politician for over 40 years. And what I loved most is to listen to people's problems. Their problems can be bigger than mine, then mine disappears. Then I remain thinking about their problems now and how to help them. And that's why I've survived as a single mother. I've been telling girls when I go to mentor them and talk to them that even if you are single, never be ashamed. Stand tall and do what you can do while you are still on earth here. Awacho ne gini kato chot morito nyinge ti yiero. Dongo yiera. And they always laugh. Because a mother who is not married and not living with a man in our language is to chot. But I said that is a good name. That name, I inherited it first when I joined politics. As I grew up and getting old in politics, I inherited another name, Mugabe. Because I've stayed long in politics and people got fed up. Say now we give her the name Mugabe. And I believe I took it when I was the mayor of Kisumu. I met so many people. The people I wanted to meet, because I believe when you are a politician, you will meet mighty people. And that enabled me to meet even Professor Geoffrey Sachs. I met Professor Sambili. With Professor Sambili, we were able to develop Kisumu Investment Plan, which was launched on the 17th of July 2007. And that one, I believe it is somewhere in the cells of either City Hall or somewhere within the county, but it was a good document. A document on which two professors worked on, Professor Sambili and Professor Geoffrey Sachs. I even had a time of going to the UN Habitat headquarters to address a video conference, talking to Geoffrey Sachs in wherever he was. And I felt I was a great woman. And I still believe I am great because I've achieved things that some of you cannot achieve. I've weathered the storm. Because with a woman who is staying without the support from any other body, but my children became to be very supportive. Like the last election, a daughter of mine, because I gave her good education, when we were campaigning and there was no money, I just saw her with an handbag, carrying 1 million shillings to give me, to give people, just to dish out. And I said, this is great, but I'm wasting my resources for my children. And now I've been thinking about leaving this and going to church. I've seen my friends who are church members. Can you just wave for me? The bishops who are here, who are close to me and whom I always walk with. I thank you because you have been praying for me. And I want to say, Kisumu has grown while I'm seeing. Before Professor Nyong'o took over, and before the handshake, when you mention Kisumu elsewhere, people will think of stones, they will think of bonfires, but that one is now a thing of the past. And that is why we are seeing cabros in town, we are seeing this magnificent hall, and I think I want to thank the organizers of this gathering because it has just reminded me of a reunion. A reunion was being organized by university students, elders, and professionals of the Luo community. During those periods, there were no these funny things. A woman was killed by a husband, a daughter killed the grandmother. Those ones not there because you could see Jaramogi Oginga seated somewhere here, Adalo Tuko somewhere, and the people were talking. It was more than dual. People were talking and they were telling us what you can do and what you cannot do. Yes. And that was the famous Balawade which was saying, Kiki, and the don't and the doables. So, Joluo neber, keno no bet kaka Joluo. I just thank God because God has walked with me and He has made me to achieve my political ambitions. I wanted to become the mayor when I was in standard 8. I didn't know what I was going to do to be the mayor, but I thought when I had good education, I was going to be the mayor. I thought it was something to be contested or you get some examination and if you pass, you are called the mayor. I didn't know it was a task. So when I became a councillor in 1983 was my first entry into politics. it was very hotly contested. We were only two, and it was a single party. That single party was just like beating a snake direct with a stick. I managed. When I managed, I went and I contested to become the mayor in 83. Unfortunately, I was defeated with 1 vote. And I said, let me shelve this ambition of becoming the mayor and see if I can learn politics. And one day, one time, I'll achieve what I want. After 15 years, I became the mayor of this great city. And I thank God for making me an achiever who has achieved all the things I lined up for myself, which I wanted to do. And I want to say that unless there is any other thing which somebody will ask me about the city or anywhere, but I cannot leave this stage without thanking and congratulating Professor Anyang' Nyong'o. Because when I saw your manifesto, I said this is just like any other document politicians come with when they want to campaign. I was in the first assembly, but I want to confirm to this gathering that devolution was not there in the first days when it was implemented. We never saw anything. We cannot even touch anything and say this one we developed in the first regime. But I want to thank you because when you came, you cracked the joke and you were on the spot and you kept the spirit of Tichtire. And we can now say we are in Europe. But I said, I didn't want Europe. I went to Vancouver, and I want to say that you work harder to make us be in Vancouver and to develop things which I saw in Vancouver, that which were, I think Kisumu can achieve, because Vancouver rests near the lake, and Kisumu is also touching the lake. Professor, may God bless you. With your second term, I believe you will do wonders. We are going to fly with the eagles.
Thank you. Thank you very much for, actually, there is a wonderful introduction. You've known whom you are speaking to. She has experienced, she has seen it, and she's here. I'm introducing the second panelist. He's a veteran journalist. This is Emeka Mayaka. He's also an author, a speechwriter, and part-time university lecturer. He's a political editor at the Media Max, which publishes daily, the People Daily, and he has a master in journalism. I just want him to say hi as we continue with the introduction.
Kisumu, nawasalimia nyote. Professor, how are you? Thank you for welcoming me to this distinguished city and as a member of this distinguished panel. Nasalimiwa kutoka Nairobi.
Next on this side, we have Professor Michael CHEGE. Michael CHEGE is a professor of political science and of economics with a specific interest to political economy of development of African continent, having witnessed the struggle for African freedom and independence in the 1950s and of course 1960s, which was won. So I'm very privileged to have him here. I'll give him just opportunity to say hi.
Kisumu antie. Novel. There kabisa. Okay. Professor Michael CHEGE, as you heard. Can you hear me? Antie. Idi maber? Ber kabisa. Amajo kabete. I'm here because there's a Joseme who is a very good friend of mine here. He's your governor. And when I heard the song Kisumu Diala, I liked it very much. I like that song because Kisumu is also my Diala. If a dollar is your friend's dollar, it's also your dollar, sio?
Yes.
So that's why I'm always happy to be in Kisumu, especially today, to witness the launch of Kisumu Social Center. You mentioned my generation's witnessing the struggle for independence and the humiliation of our people under colonialism. There used to be something called Native Social Hall here in Kisumu for Africans only. Kanyumba kadogo hapo namna hiyo mnajengewa. The Asians had their own big one. There was one just specially for white people. Here in Kisumu, it is apartheid. In Nairobi, in places like Kaloleni, even today it still stands, Social Hall. It's old, it's dilapidated, unfortunately. African leaders used to meet there because they had nowhere else to meet. The Europeans had Muthaiga Club and Nairobi Club, and up where I was growing up, the Estigoni Club, that sort of thing. We Africans had no urban forms of entertainment. I'm very pleased today to be here with you to witness this launch of Kisumu Social Center, constructed under the wise leadership that has just been cited of the current governor of Kisumu. Professor Nyong'o, you have done my generation proud, because you remember where we came from and you have brought us here. The people of this county will enjoy the social center at the same level as you said in Vancouver, madam, or London or elsewhere. Thank you very much, because we as Africans are very keen on togetherness, on being together. There's a saying in Doluo, Rock eteko. Unity is strength. And that strength comes out of association with each other as communities. So I'm very pleased to be here for that reason. I'm also very pleased to say this, that when I was coming here today, and I think I was here about a year ago, I am witnessing even more progress in this city than there was before. Governor, thank you very much for the work that you have done. I'm not surprised, knowing you, knowing your determination, knowing your knowledge, knowing your academic background. These are issues we've talked about, we talked before, you have implemented them, we are seeing the results. There used to be a dam site here called Kachok. You know about it. Today, I drove past it and I saw a park. It's cleaned, it's fenced, and I'm told it's going to be a playground. And I'm sure it will happen. The face of Kisumu has changed, ladies and gentlemen. And we, even those who do not live here, are witnessing this change. And we are proud of it and proud of your city. Professor Ogot wrote a book on the history of this city, history of Kisumu City, 1901 to 2001. As an academic, I can't avoid reading it, and I enjoyed it very much. From Port City, inland Port City, to Millennial City. This is what this governor has implemented, and I'm very proud of that. We look forward to even more changes. I'm happy, Madam, you were there when Jeffrey Sachs and Professor Sambili were involved in drafting the Millennial City concept and the development. We thank you also, because ideas are very important. To have the right ideas, to have the right philosophy, to have the right thinking about a city like this is very important. And you made a contribution, because you kept the idea alive. We are now seeing its implementation. And women leaders in this society, in this part of the country, have always played a role that we, the rest of the country, admired. The mayor of this city, in very difficult period of the Kenyatta days, Grace Onyango, will be remembered in Kenya as a whole. As a great women leader of a city. There was no corruption. She listened to people. She did. Nyarbungu, she was called, eh? You remember that? Nyarbungu, very active, very precise, very pro-people, very pro-service. We want to go back to that kind of ethic, to that kind of leadership. Not the big stories you're hearing about corruption. My county is very corrupt, by the way. We are keeping the record, so you can see why I'm happy to be here at a county that works. So, as we move forward now towards the launch of the city port terminal again, we will see changes. I'm happy you've mentioned Vancouver and other marine-based economies in the West. This is what we want to see here, a marina, a port. And let me say, because we are, Chairman, supposed to address the issue of women.
Yes.
Women have a very important place to play in our country. And this part of Kenya has shown us in the past that they can do it and do it efficiently. I just mentioned the former mayor of this city. There are many others. When Professor and I taught, and we've taught courses on political economy here and abroad, there is a dissertation we used to cite or to teach by a lady called Margaret Jean Hay. It's called Economic Change in Luoland. Kowe. Kowe is in Siaya. Or is in Kisumu? Oh, why am I giving credit to the wrong people? Kowe, 1890 to 1945. It shows a lot of economic development being pioneered by women as traders. 1890, you are Panajana, as traders, okay?
Yes.
As shopkeepers, as buyers and sellers, not just of domestic goods, but also international ones. And we are going to get there. So I'm very happy to be here for the reasons I've mentioned. It reminds me that from colonialism, we can grow.
Yes.
Let's not be discouraged. Thank you, Governor. Thank you for your team. Thank you for the work you have done. Thank you for the ladies of this wonderful lakeside town. And I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. I'm introducing the last panelist. That is Professor Madam JAEL MBOGO. She's a Kenyan, actually previously a social worker, women rights campaigner, and she's a politician. I believe she may not know me, but while growing up in a village called Matasia, I used to see her, and I could see people pointing fingers at her that, you know that lady, she's the one who sent Mwai Kibaki all the way from Bahati to Othaya. So I'm privileged to have her here, and I'll just like her to greet you and say a word.
It's working. Professor Anyang, I'm very happy to be here today with you and with all the people of Kisumu. I am back home. This is what I said I would tell you. I feel so homely. Since I arrived here yesterday, it's my first time to spend a night here in Kisumu on official invitation from none other but His Excellency Governor Professor Nyang of Kisumu City. You know? Now, my names are JAEL Ogombe Mbogo. I say the middle name because JAEL Mbogo placed me somewhere else. You all agree? Yes, many people thought I was from Muranga or Embu MBOGO in Kiambu, or Mombasa, Taita, or Kisii, you find the MBOGOs there. But I'm from Ugenya, Kanyatiengu, yeah. Orengo Nyatiengu ko, yeah. Uko Ugenya, kwa Jaramogi, Ogingo Dinga, Turigitinga, Yomatektek, Sani wan kota kodu, Moro Chando Kanyo, MP Maro Gonja. Mano ekuma aye. Juthurwa, hawanyo hinga kod dholuo. I'm going to mix my presentation today because I long to speak Dholuo. Dholuo is sweet, Dholuo is beautiful, Dholuo is a fully developed language. Nationally, internationally, and otherwise. So when you find me sliding back to Luo, don't think that foreign language, I did not eat it properly. I did. When I was born, here at Regea, baptized by another very strong pastor, Hapo. My parents chose the name JAEL deliberately because at birth my father expected a son. And he said, to be donade, nyathini no nego bed nyathi madichwo. Then they gave me the name JAEL because JAEL was a fighter. She was a hero in the Bible. And said, probably, I might follow those trails. I'm a trail blazer. This new name I was given this last year by His Excellency the President, current one, Uhuru Kenyatta. Moran of the blazing, of the burning spear. This Moranism also has put me properly into Kajiado with Wamasai. We are Morans. Today, I have a very small statement here, which I'm not going to take time to dwell on, because the press are here. They can mutilate it, they can do what they want, but they will pick at least one or two things in it. It just simply tells you how far I have come fighting to see the likes of our mayor over here take over this city and run it so beautifully. Bwana Governor, you are very fortunate. If you live among women whose metal oblongata are working properly, you are lucky. And no home can succeed without a woman who has got a lot of skills to control you to begin with and also build the home. Okay? Me, in my development as a young girl, I grew up in the Rift Valley at a place called Baringo, Eldama Ravine. I watched a lot of things as a child. We played in Kalenjin, we danced in Kikuyu, we went to all manner of activities with them. But when the time was appropriate for my father to come back and launch me into the Luo society, I started again from A, to learn the language, 2, the culture, and a lot of this was given to me by my grandmother, the mother of my father, Ndia Wanyarukwiri, a beautiful queen in the area. She used to say, "Nyakothong ino akia kumane uae," because we were supposed to be tall, 6, 7 feet tall, very fair and slim. Then my grandmother knows that that is the gene of the Ombaka family. Pooh. Me, I came out and also stood firm and I claimed that lineage. I said, I also belong. But she drilled me properly into Luoism and cultural practices. We were 18 girls in her house, and all of us brought cups to our parents. When I say kikombe, pastors, you know what that means. Do you know it? Pastor, is there a pastor here? You know when a girl gets married and a cup is brought to her mother, what it means? Joluo hachono yude giduongne. Ung'eyo mano? Uwinje sani. Nyako modhi tedo kelo kombe ne mama ne nikech dan mare norite maber. Modhi ken nyako maswin ne. Luoko ni nyako maswin. Nyira par gaboro. So that line of development caught up with me. So I grew up knowing that I have to be a leader. The leadership was my goal. Pioneership was my goal. I was number 4 in a family of 7, 3 on top and 3 down, and I held their hands together in the middle and spearheaded the march. Talking about Nyarno, Akech Nyarno, that name you people don't know. Grace Onyango, Neja Punjna, Nia girls, a very strong, very active, and very well calculated lady. Yes. And I admired her. I admired her power. She was a physical education teacher. We looked forward for that time with her in the field all the time. And she commanded the whole school, not just for one class. And we remained friends until today. When she took over here as mayor, like, Professor, what you did, she also did it. She called me, Nyarugenya, Nyasidindi. I create a new estate called Moscow down here. Yes. Is it still there?
Yeah, it is there.
So I've been with you in Kisumu for a long time. She asked me, send 2,800 shillings, I reserve a house for you. You are one of my beautiful students.
Wow, that's great.
Professor, you did the same today. You called me personally. I looked at my phone and imagine your number since 92, 93. I kept it on my phone. Yes. When this phone rang, Professor Anyang Nyong calling JAEL. I said, oh, how come? Me, I'm leading a very simple, humble life in Masai land, huko na kuku yangu, na nini, vifaranga, nini, nakimbizana nayo. Napanda mboga zangu. Wow. How come His Excellency can call me in the morning? There must be something very important happening. And indeed it was.
Wow.
You know, Professor, they picked me up, not with a wheelbarrow. Not with a wheelbarrow. A forklift took me to the airport. And I was forklifted into the l'avion. Eh.
Wow. Wow.
Jumbo jet to Kisumu. Here I am.
Wow. Karibu.
I've done things which I cannot sit here today and start counting one by one. Because for the age I have, Professor, I'm heading to 9th floor. 9th floor. So there is a lot behind me.
Wow.
Please, those people who are able to capture things, why don't you look for me? I am ready to donate a little bit of it for the posterity's sake. So that next generation, young girls who are dancing here beautifully, can have something to keep in stock. Can look upon those of us who are now going out so that they also hold on to something.
Wow.
Nationally, we have problems. We have problems with the young people whom we have not taken care of. I've been longing to have opportunity for a center like this, where I could be popping in from time to time just to talk to the young people.
Wow. Wow.
And instill the power of courage, persistence, devotion, commitment, and on and on.
Yes.
We are lacking what we call people whose lives can impact on ours positively.
Yes.
I am in politics for the last 60, 70 years.
Wow.
I lived through colonialism. I observed, I was a counselor then, but what? I was a counselor for the native population living in islands.
Thank you.
That's how my political life came about.
Yes.
During Mau Mau uprising, it was my duty to protect the natives of islands. As a counselor, every time a native was arrested, I went to Highway, what do you call it again? Kingsway Police Station, yes, Kingsway.
Yes.
To contest the arrest. And because I was a small councillor there, I would talk to my Lord Mayor in Nairobi. She was a lady. Muzungu. I would say, I'm not attending any processions or activities today in the council because a number of my people have been locked up. And I cannot sit and discuss anything until they are freed. She would call and give me my people. I tell them, go back. Because there was nothing bad they committed. From Jericho, we walked with Jaramogi. He was wearing his kaptula and Akamba shoes.
Yes.
And we would be stopped 3 times for checkup. Screening, thorough. You lie down, like men, put your feet out and your shoes are removed up, and you open your mouth. And you know the mistake I had? At the time of removing my teeth, when I was about 11, 12, I went and refused to have my teeth removed. My mother nearly screamed. But my father looked at me and asked me, candidly, because I was named after his grandmother from the mother. Ogombe is not my name. It's the name given to me from my grandmother's mother. And I was not supposed to be chapward. You chapa maro? Hey, that's taboo. So I told my father, I saw Nerea go through this thing, and I'm not going to do it. Nyagweno mane umia matincha, echo aketo kacha. Adita marbel, echa aduoko kacha. Aketa mo. Wena urula kena. That brought revolution in the family. Because the young people behind me escaped the ritual.
Yes.
They could not skip me and go and have their teeth removed while mine was still here. And they're still here. You see? So, that was the first revolution I did to the family of Akech Makombaka. So, my siblings, a boy, 2 sons, and a daughter, did not have their teeth removed. You have to start early. Eh? You get me? You have to start early and march on. So even my education, I went to Nia Girls, met Japonji, Grace Akech Nyarno, Nyabungu. Yeah?
Yes.
So, you know, I know her. That's how we used to call her. She drilled us well. We came back, went to Alliance High School from Nia. Yes. From Alliance, I took the avion, ndege, to America in 1960. Huh?
Yes.
Came back when the country was ready for liberation. I did not contest the 1963 elections. I was late. I had gone to West Germany to borrow some more ideas how we were going to manage the new political dispensation in our country. So I came back, but I participated in the campaign very vigorously. Having had 6 months orientation in America to campaign for none other than John F. Kennedy with the League of Women Voters of the USA. Yes. All right? I came back full of ideas. I joined Maendeleo Wanawake, and I was the first president of Maendeleo Wanawake together with my beloved friend, Dr. Honorable Phoebe Asio. I took over from her. When Jaramogi put her on plane to go and train and come back and take over the management of women prisons in Kenya. That is history. All right? Yes. But I remained with Maendeleo Wanawake, and Maendeleo Wanawake was going to take over this country. Our administration, our organization and management was thorough, from grassroots to the top. And the only person who recognized that danger was Moi, the late President Moi. So he came and confused our leadership after I had been kicked out because I refused to step down for Kibaki in 1974. to go back to Bahati. He had to fly to Othaya. But I told him, come on, baby, come, I'm waiting for you. Kuja, ninakungojea kwa kiwanja. Come. He said, not again. What he had seen was red light. So he said, you go back, but I'm not. But because I refused, I had, every action one does carries consequences. Huh?
Yes.
The consequence number one, I was thrown out of Maendeleo Wanawake. Because they thought that all this power I had was originating from Maendeleo Wanawake backing. Nationally,
Yes.
at the district level, the provincial level, up to the village level. So the minister then of social services sent Bernard Hinga, the commissioner of police, and Mr. Jonathan Njenga, who came to my office opposite GPO and told me, from today on, your presidency of the organization is over. You either step down for Kibaki, retain your president. I say, what? This is a voluntary job I'm doing for women.
Yes.
I was not earning a penny for 10 years. I had other ways of getting my money. I was thoroughly trained with a diploma degree in secretarial practice, organization,
Yes.
community development, social work. And that is where I got my salary. I was well paid then. I'd been even working in Tanzania for Julius Nyerere as Prime Minister of Tanzania.
Yes.
At the time, when I came back from America, for a short while, I was under his care at Tabora. So all this, I told them, Maendeleo can go, but you cannot take away what the women now know. Economic liberation is a must for women in order to advance. That was the weakest point we had.
Yes.
You try to run for councillorship, you try to contest even a church work, you try to contest leadership in any direction, you have to have something to bank on. You have to have money. You have to have organization. You have to have supporters. These supporters need support from you.
Yes.
But when we are here asking your dear husband, you are going away today, yeah. But here I have my 3 children and we don't have unga in the house, and what shall we do? And he turns around and opens his jacket and says, how much do you think you want? How much do you think you want?
Yes.
I don't know. We have no vegetables. We have, Baba, John needs some books and what have you. Then he will bring out 50 shillings and say, take that and make sure you use it to the best of your ability. And off he goes.
That is great, actually.
Has it happened to any one of you? Do you know that, you ladies, that it happens?
Yes.
And you sit back and listen and feel miserable and apologetic. You got to use your matolo blanket up here and say, no, I love this man. He's a father of my children. But there must be some problem. Therefore, I must work to help him to bring up this family properly.
Wow.
And that is what must happen.
Thank you.
So you go, get yourself organized, start selling tomatoes, whatever. And that is how life will continue. Before I finish, I want to say a word of thank you to Professor for the excellent work he's doing in Kisumu.
Yes.
I myself, my sister bought a property at Kondele and Manyata area there called Sahara.
Yes.
She was well known, Mama Mama Huru, tall, very beautiful lady. She passed on recently, or a long time now. So I used to be here on and off. And with the house here at Moscow, every time on my way I would stop there and move on home. I was married in Game, and Game produced so far how many members of parliament? Grace, the late Grace Ogot was from Game. Grace Onyango here is from Game.
Yes.
Yeah? And me in Nairobi, even if I did not go to parliament because I won hands down, but I was denied by the state, they still know me as Honorable JAEL Ogombe MBOGO.
Thank you so much.
You want me to continue?
I'll give you time again shortly. We are walking the journey together. I'll give you the next moment. We are walking the journey together, and remember the theme for this was power of a woman. And indeed, as you've seen, those that have talked, we've come from far. I just want to ask a question as we continue. There is, when you have a father, he becomes a father-in-law. I just want to give a picture of who the power of a woman. When you have a father, he becomes the father-in-law. When you have a son, he becomes the son-in-law. When you have a daughter, he becomes the daughter-in-law. When you have a mother, she becomes the mother-in-law. And when you have a wife, what do you have? The wife is the law. A woman is the law. That's a woman of power. That is great. I want to ask this question to a veteran journalist who will take us very briefly. I'll now give 2 minutes to comment because we have a number of questions. At the time, very few women dare to step out, even by faith, to try a hand in top leadership. When no woman dared to step out by faith, these few stepped out, and we have a history behind. They have something that they can tell us. Mayaka, these women and those who have spoken have a history to say. You've covered this. You've covered the struggle of women in your duty. Can you briefly tell us, some of the experiences you have covered, especially for women who are coming to leadership? I give you 3 minutes, then we continue.
Well, this is the disadvantage of sitting in a forum with very experienced leaders. But I'm very comfortable with it because of one reason. I'm doing a PhD in gender and political discourse. So I am in one way in class. Just before I answer your question, allow me to give you a small story on how I came to this town. I worked in this town about 3 years ago. But how did I come to this town? Because I want that to be part of the discourse we are having. I used to edit a magazine at Nation Media Group, which is for literally giants. Professor Sheke could occasionally contribute. So at one point, one of my teachers, the late Professor Chris Wanjala, wrote in the social media attacking me. I'm his student, but I think he was reprimanding me gently. He said that Mayaka and another colleague of mine, he wrote on Facebook.
Just a minute. As we were on speaking, our Kisumu Deputy Governor, Dr. Matthew Owili, arrived. So let us just welcome him by a round of clap. And also the Majority Leader, Kisumu Assembly, Honorable Ken Onyango, is also in. Well, let us welcome them with a round of clap. Yeah, thank you. Welcome as we continue.
Thank you so much. So my former lecturer at the University of Nairobi, he taught me literature. He died last year. He wrote accusing me and one of my colleagues who used to run that platform, saying that Emeka and my other colleague who run the literature column at the Nation are comfortably sitting in their swanky offices and have found no reason. Swank offices at the corners of Nation Center, and they have not found a reason for them to drive to Kisumu, to fuel their car and drive to Kisumu to interview Asena Debole Odaga. Asena Debole Odaga is a pioneer, a publisher here, and has written a lot of stories. So I made my way. I took up the challenge from the good professor and came to Kisumu to interview Asena. At that time she was not feeling well. I think she died a few months later. We tried to take advantage of that trip and also interview another daughter of this soil called Grace Ogotin Game, but we were not successful. As I answer your question, the point I'm trying to make is, as a media person and I stand accused, we tend to look at pioneers with a political eye. The women leaders who brought me to this town where I ended up working for 3 years are people in other aspects of industry, other aspects of the economy, other fields. So my attitude is this, that even as we look at pioneers, we should look at pioneers broadly in a manner that captures those others. What has been the experience, you asked me, of covering women leaders? It has not been interesting. And media, again, stands accused. I'm an editor. What is the kind of framing we see, especially of women's stories? Women's stories, we cover them either as victims, is it? All people who have scored a rare victory. All people, we have stereotyped women in such a way. Somebody has said that the media has objectified women. Women issues usually are put on the other pages. Why are women issues put on the other pages? It's because the newsroom today where we sit is too masculine. For lack of a better word, it sags with testosterone. There are too many men editors who consider issues of women peripheral. And what is even the appointment in newsrooms? Editors are appointed to softer sections of the newspaper, to edit society magazine, to edit entertainment, to edit those other areas. On the field, women, I must say, are not given as much attention as we would give our men counterpart, because most of the time we do not find their stories, in quotes, as interesting until they fall into a certain stereotype. How has the media done, packaged the war, the gender stories? We have packaged it as a battle between sexes, men and the women, cheapened a conversation that should otherwise be about empowerment, not about tokenism, is it? We have packaged it as if we are giving women positions. So, to be very specific, we have not done a very good job in packaging stories around women, largely because media houses are highly patronized by men and children of the first wife. And we consider the attitude general is that those are not very critical unless they are about grief and other things. But over time, there has been empowerment of women in newsrooms, so currently we have a situation where at least they are fighting to push their issues onto the table.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll, Honorable Mama Priska Auma Misachi, you mentioned that you are intending very, very soon to quit active politics. And actually, when God called Abraham, he didn't call his nephew Lot, but they walked with the Lot, and Lot became a very, very rich person. Briefly for 2 minutes, could you tell us how you have managed to campaign over all this time and win? Sometimes there are people here who want to be leaders, but the only money they have is what they have in their pocket. How did you manage it for just 2 minutes?
Politics is a game of numbers. The first step is to identify your group and to identify your foundation. I would call it that my foundation rests with my church networks. So many churches would think I belong to them, but I just go there to fellowship with them, to make them my friends, and internally I know they are my block votes. You have to identify that. Also, I identified women, because a woman will tell you, I'm with you, and that woman will stick to you. I want to give a small story to the men who are here. Even the two-third gender rule, which is being a headache to His Excellency, the President of Kenya, is because the men, I think the men are a little satanic. Why do I say that? It is the woman who makes food. It is the woman who makes your bed. It is the woman who leaves her home to come and call your home her own home. It is the woman who sweeps the house, make the duster, put tea on the table, and you drink it. That is the person you should give respect to. That is the person you will try to support because she's very supportive. Without women, I'm telling you, most of you will not be alive because some of you do not know how to cook. And I want to say that let us all reverse our gears, even the men who are on the run. Come back and think critically and analyze a woman. Somebody who leaves her mother, your father, comes to your home, and anything passing that home will say, why do you pass here? And that home is not hers. It is hers because of you. She has inherited it. Wow. But you don't want to inherit us fully and make us part of you.
That is
the
really
politics
great.
which I've done, I've put my faith in the youths, and that to make the youths have confidence in me. I've trained 4 youths. One from Kanyada, who is a clinical medicine officer, and another one from Nyakatkadianga, who is a clinical officer, and they are both working. They have got jobs. Yes. The one from Kanyada was a total orphan, and I said, okay, God has given me a job. How do I pay back? I trained him with all my money, and then I can stand to say I've helped. Now, as we talk today, I have 2 girls, not biological relatives, but because I'm paying back to the society where I've been, and I want those women, the 2 ladies, to be what I am today because I was unlucky. The boy child was given priority to go up to university, I was told, and my father was a tailor. Whenever I talked about school, he will buy me a dress. And you can see, I'm so much of dressing side than that education side. Because my father used to part me with the dresses, clothes. If you talk about education, tomorrow he brings a dress and a pair of shoes. Then say, you look up, you are very smart. You just go. And that's how I was so bitter. I've been very bitter with men, but I forgave them because I've grown up and I'm measuring to what they are.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor, there is this 2/3 gender rule. You have a lot of experience when it comes to issue of governance. For just 2 minutes, what advice could you give for it to be achieved? the gender rule, the 2/3 gender rule.
Thank you, Chairman. I think there are two issues that we must understand. That we have a constitution, and we all approved it, and we all love it, and it has stipulation inside it about how to elect leaders. And in there it says you have a right to vote as a Kenyan on the basis of one person, one vote, and you can vote for whoever you like who is qualified and on the list. It's your right to vote, and it does not restrict you to voting for a woman or a man or whoever. It just gives you blank freedom to vote for whoever you want. The same constitution has a contradiction which we also approved, which says no gender should exceed 66.66% of electoral positions. We should have corrected that when we approved the Constitution. We did not. Because there's a contradiction. Even if we obey the CJ's advisory today and dissolve Parliament, we will go back and tell people, elect an MP, elect a senator, and we will not be able to meet the 66% threshold. So, let us revise and change the Constitution. I like what BBI is proposing. I don't know whether it is contained there because we have not seen the BBI report.
Yes.
But I think that's the only solution that we are going to have. Dissolving Parliament itself will give us back the same dilemma. Because you must understand, here, in this part of the country, there's a tradition of voting for women. There are some parts of the country, northeastern, Islamic culture,
Yes.
where it's going to be very difficult
To get a woman.
to stand up. So we must now begin thinking of revising the Constitution. We said when we implemented 90%, okay, the other 10% we shall rekebisha. Now is the time. I hope that it's going to be contained in the BBI.
Thank you very much. I'll ask you, Madam JAEL MBOGO, there is an experience I would like you to share with us for just 2 minutes. In 1969, you vied for a parliamentary seat. And though I had not been born, we are told that lights were switched off as your votes were being stolen. Something similar to what we experienced in 2007. How did it happen? Briefly in 2 minutes so that we hear and we know that it never started in 2007. It was there before. And we have someone who witnessed with us here for just 2 minutes as we wind up.
Okay. Thank you very much for that beautiful question. My story is both interesting and both very intriguing. My campaign in 1969 goes down in record in Kenya as the only first openly rigged election. That was number one. Thereafter, we have many. We've had many. But the way it was done, at 2 p.m., the BBC announcement said, in elections going on in Kenya, Mzee Kenyatta has just lost one of his very key ministers to a very unknown woman. Yes, that was the announcement official. BBC announcing that Kibaki had been defeated by a very simple woman. I was not anything. I was just JAEL.
Yes.
But the reason why I decided to contest in 1969 in Bahati was that the elections done in 1963, the initial election for independence, did not have candidates assigned to specific constituencies. We were fighting, we were in a hurry to capture as many votes as possible. Okay? And therefore, the assignment of constituencies came after we had won.
Thank you very much.
And no, I have not finished.
Yes.
That is the reason why Kibaki, Mzee Kibaki, my friend, and he's almost my age mate, did not have any concern about the constituency representation or even doing anything in Bahati. They didn't know him because the name came after, like Achieng' Oneko being given a constituency in Nakuru. When was he there? But this had to be fixed so that the number of votes we captured in the first election commensurate with the number of cabinet ministers or members of parliament. So for 6 years, because you remember we had a little general election which pushed the election to 1969. We should have held the first general election, the second general elections in 1968. But we had to delay because of the formation of opposition party by Jaramogi. So when I went there to contest, they said, but of course we've had no representation. We don't know even who is our parliamentary representative. So when he came, he was being asked, where have you been all these years? And why are you coming to Bahati? We know JAEL. She has been working here with us.
Yes.
She's been a councillor.
Yes.
Representing our interests. Why should we vote for somebody whom we never met even?
Yes.
That is how it happened. And again, the way we campaigned in 1969 was different completely.
Yes.
We had only one party, correct?
Yes.
Therefore, all of us were KANU members fighting themselves in the field. And at the election center, each one of us had individual boxes with our photos. Direct voting. You go for JAEL, that is the box.
Thank you.
With my photo.
Thank you.
Eh? And political party rallies were joined. You are given 15 minutes, getting 15 minutes, professor 15 minutes, you stand up and state your points to the people. They are seated and listening.
Thank you.
From there they make decision. Ah, mama uko nayo, mama tuko na wewe. Ah, mama ndiye amepata, mama ndiye amepata.
Thank you.
So that is how it was done, but it was so easy to rig because you just have to remove one debe with 4,500 votes and burn it.
You are at it.
Thank
you very much. I'll give this opportunity as we wind up for the reaction from the audience. Someone may have a comment, someone may have a question, then we wind up from here. Because our time is over, we have just around 5 minutes. The audience, anyone with a question, anyone with a comment, the veterans are here. I believe you may want to ask a question, you may have a comment to make. Yes, we have a hand there. Give me the mic. We have any comment, any question from the audience? Microphone, please. Yeah, get one there. Yes, you'll ask next. I'm only taking three questions or comments. There are two. Oh yeah, one here. Four. We'll take four. One back there. So, come up.
My name is Clement Arua, and my question goes to Professor CHEGE. Yes, we have devolution, and you have observed that you've seen some changes down here in Kisumu. And you have talked about BBI coming and the need for us to at least to touch the constitution a bit. Now, there's the question of resources to the counties. What is your take on this? Do we need to scale it up, or are you afraid that it might all go to waste? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, just us.
My name is Valerie Akol, and I'm so happy for the event, and I want to thank our county governor for coming up with this and the launch of this hall. My question now goes to our leader there. She said that she was in politics long ago, and as we see the generation that is upcoming now, the millennials, we see that they're so much dependent on men. The slave queen thing is too much on these children that in the near future, we are not going to have enough women who will be there to stand and know their rights and stand for themselves, women who have a goal, women who are self-driven. What are you doing as a woman who has been there long before this so that at least we have more women in power in the near future?
Thank you very much. Yes, there was that side. A question there. Yeah, proceed.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. My name is Achola Pala Okeo. Mine is just to congratulate my two senior women, Madame JAEL and MBOGO, who we've written about, and who, with Phoebe as CEO, Margaret Auma, or Grace Ogot, Asanath Bole, have shown us the way. And I just want to thank you for persisting and for using your brain and showing that women can think and do at the same time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There was one from the other side. I'm seeing more hands. Yeah, microphone here, please. Then I'll come back to you.
Mine is not a question, but a comment and perhaps information for us, especially those who are younger. I am particularly touched to see Mama JAEL MBOGO here. And with respect to the election of '69 you mentioned, I was a young man just going for Form 5. I participated in that election by voting, but I want to tell you, I want to help her answer what she said. In that very year, 1969, Tom Mboya was murdered. And later in the year, there were elections, and so the tribal rivalry was still very high. And when Mama JAEL came up as the candidate for Bahati, it was obvious, as former mayor said, the numbers were going to count. Yes. And so the Bahati and all of us in Nairobi in that constituency came out. And this is the song that we sang. Yawa JAEL Kudong Gimore Manitie, JAEL MBOGO Kudong Gimore Manitie, JAEL MBOGO Kudong Gimore Manitie, Yawa JAEL Kudong Gimore Manitie. I wanted her to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just one, actually we have just 1 minute, then we wind. The Master of Ceremony is taking the mic. Then very, very briefly, I'll give them 30 seconds to respond. The last one, please.
Thank you very much for the amazing life journeys that you have shared with us. And my name is Farida Salim from the City Board. I'm also a leader in the community. I want to ask a question about 2/3 gender rule. Really, in my own analysis, the Constitution does not have a problem. it is Parliament that has failed us. And yet, the same Parliament does not want to acknowledge the fact that they have failed the people of Kenya. Same, in line with that again, there is lack of political goodwill. Going by what the president said recently, I am more than convinced that there is no political goodwill. And so we are saying, even if we'll have other documents coming up, are we going to achieve this two-third gender role? And if not, how do we position the people to sort out this problem? Because sovereignty belongs to the people. To Mama JAEL, thank you very much. Your journey has really inspired me. And today, we are seated in this hall, and I feel all the women seated here, together with the men, we should be very happy, because we are honoring a trailblazer, Mama Grace Onyango. You have all given us very beautiful tributes. And we are saying, moving from the launch, you have told us that you lack a center where you can walk in time to time and talk to the youth. What is your advice to us beyond the launch? How do we maximize on this facility named in the name of this great trailblazer so that we make a huge difference? Give us the tips that you think we can apply. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll give you just 1 minute to respond because we are really pushed with time. So just 1 minute to respond.
Now, my response, my very short response is that we need joint civic education involving men and women, and young people in particular, to understand the whole idea of the constitutional requirement. We need education. We cannot move forward unless we hold each other's hands. What I think it is in my speech, official speech today, that the plight of women, the problem we face, we cannot achieve them single-handedly. Yes. We will have to go a step further to involve our sons, our daughters, our brothers, our parents, and our shoshos, the grannies. So it is a responsibility which touches in the entire family, the entire communities, the entire nation. We have to fulfill it because that issue was never contentious when we went to Bomas and passed the constitutional draft. We need to hold each other's hands. Yes. Men and women need education to understand why it is important. It is important because no man in Luo land can build a home without a wife.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Unless you want to tell me otherwise, but I'm a Luo.
Well, thank you.
And if that is the need, that is the cultural requirement, why are you men afraid of us? We bring you from our own bellies, tiny little thing like this. We dust you, we open your legs and clean every part of you and powder you.
Thank you. That is great and very philosophical.
Do you know that your mom did that? Siku hizi, wanawake. Lakini what is there? We open your legs. Yeah, with powder, we powder you and everything down there.
Thank you.
And you cannot come back and start harassing us.
Thank you. Thank you. You are getting that. We are getting you, Prof.
Ati haiwezekani, haiwezekani. Wapi?
As shukran.
Tutasema nyon. Na tukisema nyon, haya.
Haya. Professor, in a sharp...
Professor, you are mom telling you.
In
if
a...
she didn't, you wouldn't be looking so handsome
Yeah.
the way you are.
Yes.
Your mother did it.
Professor, in a short, sharp, and sweet response, someone asked on the resources.
First
of
of
the
all,
county.
Madam, I want to recognize my very good friend from very old days at the University of Nairobi, Dr. Achola Palakeo, who just spoke here. She's an authority on these things, but she's very polite. She sat with the audience. She should be here with me. Very knowledgeable. And now, Clement, you're asking me about the percentage that should go to devolution, which we are discussing in our country. You know, the rule in public finance is that money follows functions. If the counties take 50% of the functions, they get 50% of the money, according to the cost. Now, the present constitution, we are going according to Schedule 4 of the constitution, which says the devolved governments have the following functions: agriculture, they don't have any education apart from pre-primary. So when you cost all those, we are told it comes to 15% of the revenue of the accounted revenue of the previous year. So if you are going to increase the percentage, let's also ask and debate as a country what functions are going to go. I am in favor of devolving more functions, but let us discuss which ones should go. Just before I sit down, Madam, I wanted to say something about your very good remark. I agree with you that there is no goodwill in our men in parliament. You heard the comments they were making. As a man, I feel ashamed. I teach and I've taught for many years wonderful women students at the University of Nairobi and abroad. Brilliant, sharp, very understanding, very helpful for our country, and they are being discriminated. I agree with you, that has to go, but if dissolving parliament is being proposed, it will not solve the problem. We should be looking at countries like South Africa, the technical answer, to change the electoral system to proportional representation, where you require a party to nominate 30% of the women on the list. It's called PR list system, have to be women. Then automatically it will happen that when you return the MPs, 30% will be women. So I'm saying, let us use that bit of knowledge, technical knowledge, to input. And that requires a reform in our electoral system. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. Mayaka, just a parting shot. One word for 2-3 seconds, then we leave.
Two things only. Madam, I didn't hear her name. I'm privileged to have seen what they are calling the final BBI report. This is the proposal around the gender rule. They are saying we should go to the elections, we elect, but then political parties should have a standby list, what they are calling a top-up list, to fill whatever gaps would be there. My challenge is this. What will then prevent the men of Kenya? I come from Kisumu, where there has not been a woman elected as a constituency MP, from saying, we are not electing you, you have a list in parliament. So this is a conversation that probably we will need to have. Secondly, the gender rule thing, which I've been writing about for quite a while, is just caught up in petty, it's just a victim of petty sexism at the National Assembly, where people are saying we are giving women seats, and then we are also projecting them, oh, this is tokenism. The tokenism thing around this thing is what has delayed it, and the sexism. Lastly, and this is my appeal to Mama JAEL here, it is a privilege to have you around. And you said something that some of us would be interested in, and the mayor as well. Those of us who are in the writing profession, we are willing to take up the challenge to document your sacrifices, your experiences, so that we can, for posterity, so that when my daughters grow up, they will be able to read and know that there's a tough woman who came from Game who almost removed a cabinet minister from Nairobi. We are available. We are writing those stories and it will be nini. I am currently writing a book on the governor.
Wow, that's
so
great.
I'm also writing a book on Governor Kiraitu. Make yourself available to us so that we document those experiences.
Thank you.
Lastly, and very lastly,
Yes.
I was in this county for 3 years practicing journalism, and I'm speaking to the people of Kisumu. The kind of stories we used to report about this county are far different, Deputy Governor, than the ones we are receiving at the desk. That is because this county rightly is in the right hands. Finally, and very finally done, let's look for a mechanism of celebrating Mama Child when they are alive.
Yes. Yes.
Let's send, if it is a fund, let the governor commission a book so that we write about these beautiful women.
Wow.
And put it in the library here.
Yes.
So that we don't have a situation where we are going to carry flowers and do very flowery speeches during their funerals. Let's celebrate them. Let's celebrate Mayor. Let's celebrate Mama Joy when we can see them. Thank you so much for listening to us.
Kindly, Honorable, just one word to close us as we close. One word, please.
Thank you, Professor. I want to thank the people who are here today because we are on the right path to reclaim the reunion which was being organized by university students and professionals. And when we have started today, let us not tire. Let us go ahead and do it. Teach nitie, mondu wati, mondu tichotire. And I believe Kisumu is where it is because of good governance. Let us embrace that. And we think, nobody, just tell people, even the youths, whoever is coming here with a wheelbarrow, our doors are closed, our vote for the governor is already voted, and other avenues are closed. We are looking at State House with none other than Raila Amolo Odinga. God bless
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll just say this. It has been wonderful having these veterans speak to us. Actually, it is a privilege. Some of us, you may never get elders to speak to. We could have lost them long time ago. They have wonderfully spoken. They have widened our knowledge on politics, where they came from and where they are. And indeed, as the theme is, the power of a woman. You've seen it, you witnessed it, you are part of it. Go out there and do something. May God bless you all. MC.
Check 1, 2. Wapi makofi for the panelists. Personally,
Oh, yes.
I've learned a lot. Thank you for your time. I want to recognize the president.
Wenye Uganda. Rasta dede.
Tupigie makofi ya morali
Washile
kidogo.
kende.
Karibu sana. Nimeona waziri Asia, karibu. Nimeona pia our CEC Tourism. Karibu Miss Achialai. Karibu sana. Before we proceed for lunch, allow me to introduce a short performance, about 3 minutes, then we'll have a word of prayer, then we proceed for lunch before we come back for the afternoon session. Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to recognize the presence of our area MCA, Honorable Seth Kanga. Karibu sana. I recognize you. Karibu sana. The Baganda dance. Welcome on stage.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Nasikia.
Haya, chap chap.
From Kisumu County, all the way to Buganda Kingdom, ours is royalty. Baksimba Queens presents Baksimba Mogoran Nankasa Dance. It is a first dance from central Uganda for welcoming the guests and entertaining the king. Tuanze sanyo.
Wapi makofi kwao. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, in the afternoon we are going to have a presentation from Mwalimu George Okara, and the title is Down Memory Lane. At this point in time, I want to call upon Bishop John Onyango Ober to pray for lunch. Then after lunch, we'll meet here for the afternoon session. Once again, I want to remind you that it's the grand opening of Kisumu Social Center. Feel most welcome and enjoy yourself. Bishop.
Shall we stand up as we pray? Almighty Father, we thank you for the sessions that is just over. We honor you and we exalt your name, O Lord God. For our nourishment, our health, and our strength, bless this food that we are going to take, Lord. We praise you and we honor you for all the sessions. In Jesus' name we pray and believe.
Amen. DJ, some music.
Let me welcome you to the new social center. The social center, by refurbishing it, having a new look, a fresh look, with a new auditorium. Conference hall, several offices, facilities for people with disability. In fact, we're going to have the disability office there. We even have a new restaurant, well built and catering for the food needs of the people with the social center. We remember that this social center used to be the center of cultural and artistic life, but as well as intellectual discourse in this city. In the days of people like Okot Bitek in the 60s, when Okot was the director of Institute of Extramural Studies of the University College of Nairobi, here he really built the image of this social center. Many people used to come from all over East Africa, let alone Kenya, to come and give lectures here and hold cultural festivals here. I do remember, for example, that well-known people like Professor Ali Majui, Professor Pedro de Gold, Professor Atieno Diambo, Professor William Ochieng, you name them, were always here, together with ourselves, to talk to people at the social center. I was a student at a dance high school, and almost every August we were bringing place the social center, usually set books for school certificate for students. I remember the Department of Education used to organize an arts festival here for kids in primary and intermediate schools then. And I remember participating in one of those arts festivals competition, and I won a prize. We want to recapture this original image, the original place of the social center in the life of the city. It's very important for young people that we have a center like this one, because the urban space is full of young people who don't only need to work, but need to enjoy themselves by expressing themselves artistically and culturally. So welcome to the new social center, the new look. You are the people for whom this center is built. Let me welcome you to the new social center in Kisumu, which has been reborn
a cancer warrior fighting endometrial cancer.
By then there were so many problems. 2015, the radiotherapy machines were there, the queues were so long, it would take ages and money.
I don't think there's any family which has had no cancer or no person who has suffered from cancer. If you look at the strategy for the country, we have 3 pillars. One is prevention and early detection. When we're talking about prevention, we're talking about detecting people who are normal, like you and me walking along the streets. Those are the guys we want to go to hospitals to be screened.
In my approach in the training, there's one thing I know, that resources, local resources and immediate resources may not be enough. The most important thing in bringing up institutions and programs with a tangible outcome is networking, what we call institutional development. And your name is very, very important in helping us develop this.
Mr. Governor, we are very delighted as a community for what you are here to launch today. Cancer is a problem, and as people coming from low-income earning society, we have people even dying without knowing that they're suffering from cancer. That is why I'm saying that as a community from Kondele, this is a greater milestone.
Mostly we talk about cancer and other diseases. Yet sickle cell is one disease which is affecting so many. And it is a good initiative for this facility and the governor to open a special clinic for this.
But I know that Kisumu, being the mother of the other counties within the Lake Region Economic Bloc, this particular initiative will be beneficial not just to us, but to the rest of the people who live in the Greater Nyanza and within the Lake Region Economic Bloc.
Cancer is one of the leading causes of morbidity and mortality worldwide, with approximately 14 million new cases reported annually. I'm one of those statistics in that 14 million some time ago. And I think I'm evidence that you can have cancer and still live. We are also committed to continuously build capacity in terms of human resource and equipment. These will include training and acquisition of enhanced diagnostic equipment that will aid in timely diagnosis and early detection of various diseases.
Henceforth, our CECD teachers shall be engaged with us on proper contractual obligations and be remunerated through the IPPD system. Meaning that they shall be put in the payroll and immediately acquire personal payroll numbers. We shall also continue employing strategies that will make the learning environment more rewarding for our children. And we have already started. That is why in the last financial year alone, we distributed 20 million shillings worth of textbooks and exercise books to all our ECD centers. And I will make sure that the materials given to you are worth 20 million shillings. We also provided meals to our ECD children at a cost of 14 million shillings. This feeding program has helped improve enrollment and retention in our centers. This has in turn improved transition to our primary schools. Further, the monitoring and evaluation unit will be visiting ECD centers at random at feeding times to ensure that what you are getting as a meal is worth the money we are spending on you. You have now been enrolled in comprehensive medical cover. We have 2 job groups for ECD teachers. The first is the G job group. Previously, you in the G job groups were earning 10,500 shillings a month. Kweli au urongo? Kutoka leo, with immediate effect, under the county government of Nyang'nyong, you will be earning 20,800 shillings. The other job group is job group H.
Currently you are earning 12,500 shillings. Kutoka leo tena with immediate effect nyinyi mtapata 23,780 shillings. Sasa Bwana David Otieno Rasanaga. Daudi, Kisumu West. Otieno. Yes. Chukua barua bwana. Kwa niaba na hawa jamaa watapata baadaye. Haya.
We're at Jaramogi Hospital, and screening for cancer is ongoing, cervical, breast, and prostate. And we're encouraging all the women in their reproductive ages to come in and know their status. So we'd really like to encourage everyone to take advantage of this, not just today and tomorrow, but actually this clinic that we have opened here at Jaramogi Hospital is open every day, Monday to Friday, for walk-in screening. So everybody is welcome, and with cancer, especially cervical cancer, if it is detected early, it can be treated and totally eliminated. We also like to encourage all the parents of young girls aged 10 to come and have their daughters vaccinated, because that will give them a life guaranteed of no cervical cancer.
Once you are diagnosed in the early stages, we treat you even on the spot. If there's a sign of what we call pre-cancer, we treat you on the spot. So not only do we screen you, but we detect that there is a sign, then we intervene immediately.
ECD any foundation mar education. Anamora enya ni sirikane kwa lozo constitution nomi county government ECD. Nikaja msingi mar education. Today we are very happy to go and open ECD center Mudienya Kirwadi ya beach moko seme sub county today.
Wabiro yao ECD center manyien motingo pre-primary 1 gi pre-primary 2. Wabiro bende nyisou ni feeding program wadhigo mbele, wachiwo buge school ka, jopuonj nitie ka.
We have established 50 ECD classrooms in the county. Na tutaenda mbele. I found that ECD teachers were treated as casual laborers. You cannot have a teacher with a casual labor. Therefore, we put them on contract, trebled their salaries. Mokone has sitting at Mapar, Wakito 23,000 with Makamar. The same sub-county or Kombewa sub-county administrative office. We distributed the following: 18,537 exercise books. 3,504 textbooks. And this happened on the 30th of January, 2020, Kisumu.
Kang'ato oko pangre, oko wuotho tir. Kanisi? Kang'ato oko pangre, oko wuotho tir.
screening for Kisumu County, as far as cancer is concerned, because I've mentioned is an indicator, is around 6%. Last year we were at around 5%. So there's a significant step by 1%. As for UTRH, we are, last year we did screening for cervical cancer, 2,000 screening, which we think is still very low. Now, out of that, 4.7% was productive, meaning that 4.7% out of the 100%, which is 2,000, we managed to detect positive for cervical cancer.
We are here to launch this special screening clinic. Cancer has reached menace proportions in our country. This to the extent that one would even be excused for thinking that cancer is an epidemic disease. Cancer is the third leading cause of death and second among non-communicable diseases. It is estimated that annually 37,000 Kenyans contract cancer with an annual mortality rate of 28,000.
So my speech is really a vote of thanks, as you can see. And I'm really excited today because this also fits in with the governor's overall vision for a comprehensive cancer screening center. And, or rather, for a comprehensive cancer center. And screening is the very first spoke in that wheel.
We have come in large numbers because we believe what is happening today, something which is very important to this country. We know cancer is finishing our people, and we as county first ladies, we decided to also lend a voice in the fight against cancer. We started this Empower program in June, just in June. And today is November, and we have a cancer clinic.
My youngest daughter, Salome, was born in January 2018 here in East Africa. When she has grown up, I want to show her Kenya, a place where equal access to innovative healthcare is as normal as it is in many other countries. I want to show her a hospital in Kisumu with Kenyan doctors who cure cancer with state-of-the-art treatments. And I want to show her scientists in Kisumu who develop personalized medicines for African patients. Today, we are launching the Empower program, which allows the early detection of female cancers. In addition to the benefits for the cancer patients, this program goes one step further. To think about people in this community who have disabilities. By training and employing women who are deaf and blind to conduct the screening, we demonstrate that everyone can contribute to the health and well-being of the community. Together with the government of Kisumu, we announced today that 3 innovative cancer treatments will now be available free of charge to patients beyond the current limitations of NHIF.
Those who can't afford to go to India, those who can't afford Nairobi hospital, really they're dying very quiet, very miserable deaths. So since you are in the community, I think this initiative really will bring us to a stage where we'll start dealing with cancer cases.
So I think we have started off very well. My experience is awareness, preventive health, preventive care is the biggest foundation of fighting cancer.
Today, I'm happy to be here again to talk to you once again about how we can fight cancer and to lower the burden of cancer in this country. I must applaud the First Ladies for coming together as women to create not only the conversation about the effect of women, but also to talk about what can be done as women. Over 25% of the total cancer registration worldwide. Last year, there was 25% of them were mostly women.
My fellow citizens, we are experiencing an extremely unusual situation in Kisumu, where apart from dealing with the coronavirus, we have had unexpected floods along the Nyando Basin. We had a terrible emergency situation I haven't seen since 1962.
We have a total of 7,520 households displaced, being housed in various camps. And most of these households, their houses have been destroyed by water. In a place like Sangurota, even the roads getting to Sangurota have been cut off from that enclave. A few households have been integrated in the community, but extremely vulnerable and must be supported. These households are spread as follows. Nyando has 4,175 households, Moroni 600 households, Nyakaj 2,750 households, and Seme 30 households. And understand that there is also some flooding here in Kisumu West. We have given up provisions totaling 8,276 households. Today, this exercise is going to cover 3 sub-counties of Nyando, Moroni, and Nyakaj, and will cover 2,800 households. That is about 14,000 people. This supply, worth 3.5 million shillings, will cover those families for 4 days. Each family will receive the following: rice, unga flour, wheat flour, cooking oil, milk, uji flour, sugar, tea leaves, water guard, cabbages, potatoes, blankets, and mosquito nets.
Wan jok mane pi odaro e gweng' mar Kabala, kendo en gima nopoyo wa to nok wang'e ne nyalo timore kaka notimore no, but noriembo ji te chula mar Kabala. Koro udi nolwar morumo, ji be nodar, koro kaka ji tim, jo achiel ariyo adek, ng'ama ne nyalo ng'iyo kamoro konyore, jomoko nodhi e sikul, jomoko bo dhi opango kanisni, jomoko bo opango lendni. Koro nwakwayo sirikal ne mondo okonywa, nikech wan matek, suna be ne kayowa, gimoro wanyalo chamo be onge nikech koro kuondege mane watiye tich nochung'. Koro waduoko erokamano ka kawuono en tarik 28 wayudo ka sirikal okelo gimoro ni mondo wakonyrego, gimiyowa baranget, gimiyowa chiemo, gimiyowa jaket mar aila mar wakoni. Abedo gi mor ahinya ni sirikal.
Ago erokamano ne gavana odiochieng' ma kawuono ma wayudo achiel ariyo adek nyaka nwabi e skul ka wasebedo kod thagruok.
Mae nyaka waduok ne Profesa Nyang'yong'o gi timne erokamano. Omede timo kama, kendo jopiny mor kawuono konwang'o gik ma gidhi konyorego.
Tich mokwongo monego tim ma sirikal dhi timo en ni warang kaka inyalo los wach mar pigi mondo koro bed permanent kendo.
The flooding along the Nyando Basin cannot be controlled effectively until and unless we build the Koru Soin multipurpose dam. This dam has been in the work since 1951, over 70 years. I think it is high time we stop being penny-wise and pounds-foolish to build this dam to control this perennial flooding, which in the final analysis has cost this nation millions and billions of shillings because of the disaster it causes every year and the emergency responses we have to mount.
I want to assure you that the request that the minister has made to grow this fund is in line with our policy of supporting small and medium enterprises as the key elements in a growing economy. You know that we have embarked on expanding and modernizing what we call the Kisumu Innovation and Incubation Center next to the social hall, and that this is meant for those small and medium enterprises who are venturing into new areas of trade to try their hand at something they're not quite sure will enter the market, and by putting it there, you will benefit from the economies of scale in the Innovation and Incubation Center to reduce your cost of production. The other thing we are doing is to leap from trading on the streets to having proper premises for small and medium enterprises or traders on the streets. By establishing a commercial center for small traders somewhere in this city, we are in negotiations with Kenya Railways to give us land which belongs to them but they have not been using, so that we can establish a small and medium enterprises center, commercial center. That center will be complete with other services like banking, social services, restaurants, and so on. This makes it possible for traders not to risk going on the street with their money to walk to the bank. The first thing that we have to do to make it possible for you to have access to market is make information available to small and medium enterprises. Kisumu last year was rated as the best county with opening business and opportunities to do business. That's not good enough. We can be a county where opening a business is very easy, but once you open a business, you can't expand easily because you don't know much about the market. You do realize that this is the duty of every government. That is why we have a Ministry of Trade and Business here. That's why we have an information facility in our county, and we would like you to make full use of these facilities. But this will not make much sense to you unless you have access to capital. What the Department of Trade has established is to have a revolving fund for you. The word revolving means it goes round. When you borrow, you pay, other people borrow and pay, then the fund grows. But if the payback rate is low, then the fund cannot grow. It is for you to inform the Ministry of Trade the difficulty you may have in paying back the loans. If you explain why you have problems not paying back the loan in time and as needed, then it's possible for government to find ways and means of getting rid of those bottlenecks that put requests in your attempt to expand your business. And as we established as commercial center for small traders, let us make use of these markets that have been there for a long time so that we can trade in them. The infrastructure necessary for accessing these markets will obviously be made available. And I mentioned Kibuye, Otonglo, and Jubilee. Under the Kisumu Urban Project, the time has come now for these to be the last projects we are doing under Kisumu Urban Project, on modernizing them and really making them user-friendly for traders. They will be expanded, they will have proper facilities, and more people will be able to find stalls there or space there to trade.
The Department of Business, Cooperative and Marketing is ensuring that the target groups are accessing affordable credit, creating jobs for themselves and others, and participate in the economic development of our nation, thereby contributing to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Since the inception in 2017, County Trade Fund has cumulatively disbursed Kenya shillings 20.1 million to traders across the country. Now 2019, we have 8 million and 8.7 million.
Okay. Teresa Koth, you are getting a check for 150,000 shillings to facilitate your business. Ongera.
Okia Odera. Paulo, 100,000 shillings. Thank you very much.
Adwana wachnu ni ka wechegi nochakore. Gavana mane oyiero ka uhero noluongo bura maduong' ahinya kanye e county ma Kisumu kacha. Burano noting'o joma tiyo ne county government kod national government kod ji giwegi kaka ng'owa Red Cross and the business community. Mita nochiwo report ni jodalawa ma nyando ma nyaka gi kamoro amora ni kod ang'owa ni kod tayo.
Wan gi mogo kanyo manyalo konyo jopiny. Wayiere. Wan kanyo obedo gi mchele. Mar adek, wan gi ng'or miluongo ni green grams, dengu, olayo. Olayo en chiemo motegno ahinya. Kilose maber gi mchele. Ok odonjo. Mano be nitie. To gimimiyo nyithindo, chiemo miyo nyithindo be waketo kanyo. Chak moro be ni kanyo, ubiro neno. To gi sukari. Ing'e ni mano korom. Onget bi umrigo. Onget ok ber. Mok chapat awinjo nupenja ahinya. Mok chapat osechopo ka. Usiwe na wasiwasi, tuko pamoja. Tutakuwa na nyinyi mpaka mwisho, ama sivyo? Na baadaye tukimaliza hii shida ya leo, tutaendelea kuendeleza hapa, ama sivyo? Tutaendelea kuhakikisha ya kwamba all these river nyando muneno thaguri wasenyiso sirikal kendo nitie mpango malicha ahinya mar timo gimoro ni Koru Soin multipurpose dam malo but Kalango kucho, mondo ka pi oa Kanandi to donje dam to koro biro ka en gimoro manyalo bedo organized maber ok. To ng'ama ng'okni bende wasechake gi Kisumu kucha kwalo support. Wan gi jo-China moko matimo gimoro dredging of the port. Ka port osebedo dredged piny kucha kuma lowo ng'enye cha, to koro pi biro a koni kadi kocha mondo kukombo. Wan be wabiro ni ka gini oserumo, koro nyaka wang'e shida modong'. Udi adi mokethre, kaka ji dok dak, mano bende koro tijwa, ok kamano. Tagwa gero kamano kabisa ni jowa mok jo sirikal to jitolea muhanga mondo gikonywa. Ni gimokoro wabiro timo, tukiangalia mbele, wabiro neno ni wagero evacuation centers motegno maber. Makata kapo ni jobedo evacuated, to nyithindo duogo e skul to kuthago. Ok kamano. Kinde ma koth onge gima ji ok tagre, to wanyalo tiyo kodgi kama ji some elimu ya Gumbaru. Ok kamano. Multipurpose center manyalo konyowa.
Now, some of the issues that have arisen regarding the UHC are, it must be service-driven, not supply-driven, and the issue of human resource, because all presentation you hear about the shortage of human resource.
I want to acknowledge that the pilot has been hugely successful. In our county, I would say more than 85%, close to 100% of the population from the pilot counties are registered into the UHC scheme. After the official launch, the public have shown increased appetite for public sector facilities. Indeed, the utilization of both out and inpatient services in all the 4 counties has increased by close to 50%, as you just saw in the Isiolo example. Now, over time, this will decrease. The appetite for for curative services will decrease as public health is improved at the village level, especially with more active involvement of community health workers. We must invest in prevention of illnesses at the community level and treat uncomplicated illnesses at the dispensary and healthcare level. Our hospitals should be left to handle complex clinical problems.
In facilities like referral hospitals, we can create conditions, a long waiting time in OPD with a good triaging system is actually an advantage, is kind of a useful barrier that I'm not afraid of. It's a useful barrier to ensure that the lower level facilities are utilized under certain conditions.
Universal health coverage is a result-oriented enterprise. It's oriented towards improving healthcare for the people, having easy access, making sure that where there is no satisfaction at a certain level, you can move it to another level. It is constantly result-oriented.
Koro wadwa keto village councils manitie ji abich, mainly elders, to gi chairman achiel. Mawacho wach ka gibete e bunge ngino tikelo mapendekezo yote kutoka village. Hawa jamaa watazungumza na wananchi, watapitisha mapendekezo ya wananchi, na huyu ambaye anaitwa village administrator atachukua haya mapendekezo kupoleka juu. Mondo kwa loso budget, to budget ka gigose wachi, okuningane ne Steve Madi from one village to the other is very inefficient. Sani buwake to jomoko no se wachkani Kisumu County road maintenance teams. Magi chalo japida machonka. Imiyo gi equipment, gin ye gweng, gi uniform, gin go pao. Koro gin kose losi gi contractor, to gibiro gi maintain. Timiyo gi pesa magi chamo magi dige orgi. Mano kuber. Kwa sababu ekonomia halisi. Economics must proper. Wachoni, if you want to develop a nation, there must be equity in income distribution. Jiduto nyaka bedi gi gimoro magi spend. Nikech ka an gi pesa, eka nyalo idho pikipipi, kadi Kisumu. Ka an gi pesa, eka nyalo wachoni kuro electricity bire oda. KPLC kuro yudo market. Ka an gi pesa, kachopo Kisumu, eka nyalo di kiosk moko, ang'iyo mukati, takilo. Ja kiosk no koro yudo business. Nikech in gi pesa. Ja kiosk cannot have business kionge pesa.
Healthcare provision has been a challenge for the region with the response to emergencies leading. Modernization of the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital was one of the major flagship projects initiated by Governor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o in his campaign manifesto. In realization to this, the following changes are evident.
When we were given the challenge, how do we modernize Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital, we did a situation analysis and we realized that our area of weakness lies in emergency response. So we had to boost our emergency capability. And therefore, under that, we decided that for us to do it well, we need to reduce the time to respond to emergencies. And therefore, the project that we are undertaking is to build doctors' cold room suites which means that you don't have to get doctors from Nyahera, and then you come back, you get anesthetists, you come back, you get the next person. So not only are you reducing the response, but you're also saving money. And so we decided that we needed to build a doctor's call room suites, so that if you are on call, then you are within the hospital compound. All those fellows who work as a team are within the hospital compound.
Under construction are the doctor's suite, funeral parlor, parking area, and an intensive facelift at the casualty to help with emergency cases.
Now the second area in line with that was to develop our infrastructure and emergency and accident center, what is otherwise known as casualty. We wanted to improve the flow of patients, so that patients, traditionally when you go to OPDs and even before the modernization, patients go to the doctors. In the emergencies, the doctors and the nurses who go to the patients. And so our design for emergency center is based on that. The flow is the clinicians, that's the nurses, the doctors, are the ones that move to the patient. That is very tremendous, because our design throughout the country has never taken this into consideration. So we are modernizing that.
With the introduction of new services that were never there before, legitimacy and relevance in provision of healthcare services has been achieved.
For example, bronchoscopy. We didn't have bronchoscopy for a long time, and so we prioritize it. From 2016 up to now, when we are taking statistics, there were around 200 patients. 200 patients that we were referring outside to remove either coins from their lungs and all that. And patients would perish along the way, or when they reach there, it is pretty late. That one we zeroed in.
New equipment such as laparoscopy, chromoscopy, endoscopy. To add on to this, we have a new CT scan with 64 slides, a fully equipped MRI unit with an MRI machine, and an oncology center with a chemo shield.
One of the machines that we have received latest is endoscopy machine that is behind me, and it is also helping us because clients were being seen or patients were being seen at Aga Khan. That is very costly, or small specialist.
This is our CT scan room. We have a new CT scan machine, a 64 slide machine, which we usually use for diagnostics. A CT scan machine it's a scanner. It scans different parts of the body. It's a diagnostic machine. Usually, after the images are acquired, they are interpreted by the radiologist, and a report is given to the doctors, who now treat the patients.
We also looked at a modernization in terms of, filling the gap for and therefore introducing new services that we were referring to either Moi or Kenyatta. And these services are endoscopy, laparoscopy, and the colonoscopy, which is also part of actually endoscopic procedure. Now these services were never available. The reason why we thought that we needed to introduce them is because the demand was so huge, and there was a lot of capital flight from Kisumu County and the area. And part of our responsibility is to reduce societal cost in health. And so when we have them, then of course we are making people also to receive the services that they are demanding highly. But again, the other reason that we are doing it, as a big institution, we are also competing for resources from sources, and therefore it's part of our legitimacy and relevance. So not only were we doing these new services to meet the demand, but also to be relevant in the world of healthcare. It's very, very important for us. The same legitimacy and relevance made us also to put the parking. We have to have a good parking area, and that is very important for the patient, but also very important for people who are seeking services in our institution. You can't have dust all over you, and hospitals are known to be places where we have diseases. So if there's dust, wind comes in, and then you are breathing the same dust that contains TB and all that. All this we had to put to a stop. So that informed the reason why we are putting our package.
The use of neuroscience to reduce capital flight from Kisumu County to other counties to cater for the demand and promote medical tourism in the region.
When you want to improve your services, then you have to have a model. So we had to choose an area of medicine that would impact also in other areas as we go along. So we chose neuroscience mainly because one, we had a strong international collaboration that would help us realize a dream. And so we chose neuroscience as a center of excellence. And this is we are doing. We are known now for neuroscience because we carry massive neuroscience activities, at least in routine, but mostly 4 times in a year. And so neuroscience would help this region. But we also want to anchor ourselves as a tourism destination as far as neuroscience is concerned. We want to be known and probably improve our economy based on an area of health that we are good at, and that's neuroscience.
With the completion of the modernization of the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga teaching and referral hospitals, patients will be able to access free, affordable and quality healthcare under one roof, saving on costs to be incurred on referral cases, Kisumu being one of the pilot UHC counties.
We are serving patients with NHIF free without being given us any money for registration. Same to UHC. So long as you have a universal health cover, we are serving you free of charge. Well, since this UHC started, we have received so many patients per day. At casualty alone, we have got outpatient services. Those who are being treated and going home, about 700 or 800 per day. Casualty alone. Night, that is 24 hours, day and night.
As we face climate change issues and devastating effects of weather patterns, we will be able to serve communities where drought will hit.
Our communities usually every now and again, whether school activity or something like that, needing, or a funeral for that matter, needing supply of clean drinkable water. Whereas this Bowser is not there for private use. We can make decisions where necessary so as to avoid the possibility of cholera, that water can be supplied at a cost to those who need at certain times. But let it be known that our aim is to supply clean drinkable water through piped water and boreholes within a fair period of time according to your program of action in the Ministry of Water and Environment to ensure that we are sufficient supply.
The reason why we bought this Bowser is as an intermediary process or initiative, because we know that water tanks are much easier to put up to catch rainwater. But we are also aware that sometimes when the rains are not there, they go dry. Rather than leave them dry and people suffer, we will have a program whereby they are refilled from the Bowser.
So the main output at the end of the term is to make sure that each and every sub-county has a water Bowser. So we are starting from one, and next financial year we are moving another one. Then the financial year 2020-2021 we are buying two.
neuroscience initiative is bearing fruits. And the evidence? The Jaramogi Oginga Odinga teaching and referral theatre spaces are now a beehive of activities. Neurosurgeons preparations, the patient being wheeled in, the theatre room and equipment ready. 3-hour surgery commences. This is the 5th procedure being carried out during the first of a 10-day medical camp here in Kisumu. This initiative was started by Governor Nyong'o and Dr. Victor Awor, a neurosurgeon based in Ohio. This makes 4 the number of camps held since the inception of the initiative, giving relief to beneficiaries drawn from different parts of the county and other parts in Africa. 15-year-old Letitia Germani from Eritrea is one of the 84 beneficiaries screened and booked for operation here at JOTRH, with the hope that parts of her dysfunctional body will still be salvaged. Letitia has been through difficult years of her life. Not just 1, 2, or 3, but 4 years of unbearable growth attached to her spine.
We came to this from Eritrea. Before 4 years, she was okay. It came at the age of 11. She came to go to school, which means the last 3 years especially, she was staying at home.
Her brother shared her story on social media, having been to India but not finding help for his sister's condition. 22-year-old Elijah Onyango is on wait in the ward, being freshly in school and freshly paralyzed, shaping the career of his life, but life happened before he got ready for it.
2017 I was in Form 4. Around 2 months to exam, I start losing balance again. Then reaching December there, I could not work again. The condition just come back. Okay, that's 2018. I was not able to move totally.
Elijah's education lacked continuity. It happened in starts and stops, having stretches and setbacks and days when the world felt wide open, and others when all his doors slammed shut.
I wanted to study ICT, but the condition does not allow.
This year's camp commenced on 17th of June and it runs all the way to 27th of June. It comes with a cost of 15 million shillings. It is subsidized by the Kisumu County government, which is contributing over 5 million in pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals and equipment. However, the experts are giving their services free of charge.
Being Kenyan born, what can we do for our community? So we started an organization called the Kisumu Neuroscience Initiative, and that initiative's goal really is to give back to this county, to give back to the place that we call home.
We are here on a medical mission trip for neurosurgery, and we're doing spine surgery and craniotomies, brain surgery, and we are here to devote our time to helping the patients here.
Kisumu County is committed to becoming a center of excellence for neurosurgical needs. However, there are still gaps to be handled.
Between January and now, we have seen around 402 neurosurgical cases. And out of the 81 that we are conducting, it is out of around 1,904 that we have accumulated so far. And part of these sessions, why we arrange them, is to reduce time to surgery. We don't want also waiting time to be very long.
The culmination of the camp will be a neuroscience symposium, a forum to learn more from the experts.
It will be accompanied by a symposium where now the professionals from around the world will exchange their views on how we can scale this up.
The doctors have found an opportunity to flame fuel the beneficiary lives when all odds worked against them, having so needed the hope that the doctors are giving.
Na ameniahidi baada ya kusaidiwa hiyo crutches nitawacha chini na nitatembea nirudi kwa kazi yangu vile nilikuwa nikifanya kazi zamani.
With the coming up of the 20-member medical experts, close to 84 neurosurgical procedures are scheduled to be done by the close of 10 days. This goes a long way in alleviating the neurosurgical needs in this area and beyond. This is Kisumu County going big on health. My name is Lorraine Anyango, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kisumu County.
There's a patient at the dispensary level who need to be referred to a health center. Quite often you have means for doing so, like cars and so on, pikis, if the case is not serious. But most of the time, if it is a case that cannot be transported locally, they will need an ambulance. That's one of the reasons why we are placing an ambulance in each sub-county hospital. Now, these ambulances will be connected what I call the county ambulatory and emergency services. That is, it is an ICT system. There will be a number that you can call anywhere in Kisumu County if you need ambulance service, and then you will be connected to the nearest ambulance. Today we are launching this one. Gita, we are starting with Gita because I found that Gita is the most needful. Kajulu may be very near Kisumu City, but by the way, Kajulu have found out is under-serviced in many areas. 7 others are coming, which will be going to be sent to other sub-counties, with the next one going to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital.
It is now my pleasure and happiness to wave this ambulance off to guitars. Haya, tukile.
There are many barriers to education. One can be poverty, the other one could be scarcity of schools, the third one will be scarcity of teaching material. Lakini, there's something else that is still a problem. That is the cost of education, and that's why we are here. I decided as a governor that we must make learning in ECDs very accommodative and comfortable to children. First, by having teachers who are competent, who are confident, and who know that they get proper remuneration for their labor. You know, my fellow teachers, that to improve your self-esteem, your skills, and your commitment to your work, we decided to make you have a contract with us, because you can't teach without a contract. I'm a civil. We had 700 ECD teachers across the county. And we doubled their salaries from 10,000 shillings to 23,000 shillings. I'm a civil. This was coupled with the distribution of 20 million shillings worth of textbooks and exercise books to all the 668 ECD centers across the county. So that was our first initiative. Now this is the second. And we are going to do this for all sub-counties. Today we only have 3 sub-counties. We also provided meals to our ECD schools costing about 14 million shillings. Not forgetting the infrastructural development of ECD centers across the sub-counties that are at different stages. Our scholarship program continues to grow. In this financial year 2019-2020, we went ahead to double the budgetary allocations across the county, amounting to 350,000 shillings per ward, totaling to about 12.2 million shillings. This will help support 350 needy children across the county. We have also doubled bursary allocation, as my minister said, from 2 million shillings per ward in this financial year, totaling to 140 million shillings. 2 million, we doubled from 2 million to 4 million, totaling to 140 million shillings in the whole county. In this particular distribution, we are going to distribute a total of 130,820 exercise books and 204,459 textbooks across the 7 sub-counties. All this we have managed to undertake with shillings 25 million and an increase of 2 million shillings from last year. And I want to assure you, one of the responsibilities we are going to give village councils in every village is to ensure that those kids who should go to school or to nursery school, to ECD schools at the age of 4 must go to ECD schools. Those kids who have reached the age of 6 and should go to standard 1 must go to standard 1. Those kids who have done standard 8 examination and should go to Form 1 must go to Form 1. Let us do all we can to improve and ensure that our kids have a firm foundation for the future development in their education.
Mradi wa maji ni mradi wa uhai. Miongoni mwa sehemu ambao umeweza kufaidika na huu mradi ni hapa prison ya Kisumu prison ambayo inajulikana kama Kodiaga. Tumeweza kuweka pia katika Kibos prison mradi wa maji visima kama 2, na hapa tumeweka 2, moja kule kwa women na nyingine hapa kwa staff.
I really want to take this opportunity to thank this group, Aliti Sam and United Sisters of Nairobi, for coming to bless us with such a wonderful project, and to think that they've been doing so many quietly in the county. I'm really touched and impressed, and I really want to pray for you that God will bless you, multiply you, and that you may continue to do this, and that you will receive joy in the process of doing that. That we will also learn from it and reach out to help others.
As a county, we are very happy and we appreciate the good work you're doing to complement what we are doing as well. As had been requested by the inmates, we'll be able to, as a county, look at the details of the pump which was done for the inmates. And see into it that we can be able to see whether we can do pipeline extension to the blocks they have said. And we are hoping that this will continue to other deserving also institutions as we continue providing water to our people, clean and safe water that is.
Kwa hakika leo imekuwa ni furaha kubwa kujumuika na mama yetu, mama wa county, mama namba 1, na tumefurahi. Nadhani katika historia ya Kisumu yeye ndio amekuwa mama wa kwanza kuvisit Kodiaga.
Nashukuru kuwa tutafanya kazi pamoja ili tuzidi kuwasaidia ambao wanastahili kusaidia.
When I joined Novartis 16 years ago, we used to lose every 30 seconds a child died of malaria. Every 30 seconds a child died of malaria. We worked very hard with Professor Ogutu, who has been very instrumental in the work of pediatrics and malaria in this region. We have reduced the number of deaths in this region and in the world over, such that today, instead of every 30 seconds a child dying of malaria, it's every 2 minutes a child dying of malaria. So malaria has been reduced by almost 5 times reduction.
The UHE SEME has given results, and I know because I'm here every day, I hear people talking, they are going and getting results. And Your Excellency the Governor, again, you are one of the few governors who have started to pay the community health workers. UHC plus a functional community strategy with health workers paid is the answer that many counties will face.
For you as the governor, you are the vision bearer for the people of the county of Kisumu. Na uliahidi watu wa Kisumu kuwa utajenga hospitali in each and every sub-county, and not just hospital, one with a theater, a maternity wing. But this one today here, I think ni kama ni bakshish, because this was not promised, but it's good enough. The county has a high burden of infectious diseases and high maternal and child mortality. For instance, HIV prevalence is at 16.3%. 995 women die during childbirth for every 100,000 live births, and 79 out of every 1,000 children die before their 5th birthday. It's against this background that the Kisumu County government has prioritized universal healthcare as one of our most important endeavors this year. I want to assure Dr. Okello that we have seen the need.
give you what has happened in this town. Memories of how this Kisumu town has developed. As we sit here now, we refer to Kisumu as a city. And almost everywhere anybody writes, he says, Kisumu City. So I just want to go through that particular part so that we understand how the city comes. When you go to a dictionary called the Cambridge of English Dictionary, that dictionary talks of a large town or any town in the United Kingdom, not even in Kenya, in the United Kingdom, which has a cathedral. The key to being a city is the cathedral. And the cathedral is normally the seat where the bishop of a diocese sits. And if you can have your history properly, Church Missionary Society, the Anglican Church of Kenya, this has been the denomination that has been guiding as chaplaincy to our town from those times of colonial times. So they cut a shortcut, and the shortcut was to make the seat of the Diocese of Maseno South be here in Kisumu, near the police station. That is where the cathedral was built, St. Stephen's Cathedral. So by the fact that it was a cathedral at that time, already we had qualified to become a city. We get that one, eh? So, what memories do we have of this town of ours? I want us to just reminisce a bit. This is Kisumu Social Hall. This is the center of music, choir music in Kenya. A professor all the way from Oxford was brought in to adjudicate the set piece. This is where all the best music you could find in Kenya was produced. The dais for the adjudicators was somewhere there, just inside the hall. Those doors were open. At the back, there was an extension using PAR. You know what PAR is, eh? PAR was there. Then this group from Siriba, Teachers College, which is now been taken to become Maseno University, they came to sing. And the piece they were singing, which was being judged, was called the Hallelujah Chorus. And why that reminds me of a lot of those things is that at the end of their presentation, the adjudicator from England raised his hand and said, "Excuse me." And everybody was quiet because no adjudicator speaks to a choir. So what does he say? "Excuse me, I got lost. I got carried away by the music, so I did not make any notes. Can you repeat?" A whole professor of music from Oxford inside this particular hall. So when you see this hall like this, there are stories about it that you will not even believe. On this corner, towards this end, this is where we used to have the seats of the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, people like Adalo Toko, ABCD, all those Luo politicians and leaders when it came to reunion, which was mentioned by the former mayor. And there was such discipline in this place that even when it came to dancing, the band was up here, we were dancing, we were young men, but we stayed on that other end because we were not supposed to interfere with our elders. I don't know whether any of you went through that. We were on that other end. Beer was brought, was served to them on this particular end, but for us who are young, we had to go out through that door if you wanted to drink beer and drink outside. Aren't those good memories? But do we have them now? A lot of things have gotten spoiled, but I think they'll come in. But in this hall, before I talk about the other stories of this town, I had one of the biggest embarrassments of my life. I used to be an announcer here for music festival. And on one day, our chief guest was the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Honorable Dr. Robert Ouko. So he calls me and says, come. He tells me, I'd like to go to the toilet. Can I go for a short call? I knew there was a director's office up there, but I'd never gone up. So I tried. He said, just take me to where you people go for a short call. So we went through the corridor, came behind here, and we went to the toilet. And it was stinking like hell. I've taken a whole minister of the government of Kenya to a toilet stinking of hell. He came back, I escorted him, but I avoided him for several days. I could not bear it. So he looked for me. He says, George, why are you avoiding me? I said, my head is swollen. No, don't worry. And I said, I must mention this when we are inaugurating the new social hall, so that any other visitor that comes here does never get what? Embarrassed. And I hope whoever is going to manage this bears that in mind, because it was an embarrassment. That is to do with this social hall. During those days, as Kisumu was growing up, the population was there, but it was a population that wasn't very big. Can you imagine that arena did not exist? Can you imagine that when you stood at the police dog and you looked towards Manyata, you'd see the trees in the homes of the people of Manyata. In between there were thickets, bushes, ABCD. Can you imagine that there was nothing like Lolwe? There was nothing like Kenyari. That there was nothing like what you people call Migosi. Instead of Migosi, there was what we called Nairobi area. Nairobi area occupied a small part towards what you call Kondele. The rest was bush and thicket. And the homes with people whose fences were made of, you found pedo. I don't know what pedo is. And then you found Nyabende. And they had a lot of goats that they kept and sheep, but they had to be kept properly. Because during daytime, the younger generation would go hunting. We had dogs. And all that area up to the railway, up to the area where the showground is, that was a bush. And during daytime, you'd find hares, rabbits. Occasionally, you'd come across antelopes running. But come evening, that was a no-go zone, because that was the home of a toil. Even at Kondele here, you would hear them at night. And if your goats went astray, if your sheep went astray, the following day you'd find the skin and ABCDs. So that is how that side looked. Nyalenda was full of homes. This landi mingi sana, where people are staying, These ones came very late. But people had their own homesteads. And you knew that was Kajobeta, that one was Jokanandi, you knew, I knew those areas. You went to Manyata, the same. You went to Nyaweta, the same. And then somewhere along the line, minds started changing. And people realized that more and more people wanted to come to stay in town. And that's when people started building the landis. That's when more and more permanent building came up there, but they were there. Homes. You traveled from Kiboswa. You came to Kondele. It was a junction at Kondele. Near that house, which is incomplete, there's a home of somebody called Ondele. That is where that came from. That home, from that point, there was one road like this. One. And it went straight up to the roundabout at Kisumu Boys. There was no dual carriageway. And then our late mother came in with what you were being told was exemplical leadership. That is what gave birth to the dual carriageway from Kisumu Boys roundabout up to near Fafa. And we were hoping that the next lot of the town mayors or who came in would proceed with that, because in our regional mind, that dual carriageway was supposed to have moved up to Kondele, where there would be a roundabout, and one goes to Kiboswa, the other one goes to Kibos. Those were the good old days. Young men came from the various homes. And this has been a center for games and sports. Kisumu town. So there used to be estates, sort of estates, Nyaweta football, Nyalenda football, whatnot, and they used to play matches. They realized that that area where Russia is now built was a very large place. So they collected jembes, they collected pangas, they cut down whatever, and it provided an area which was large enough to accommodate a football field. And didn't they play football there? That became their main area of congregation, because they were not allowed to go and play at the stadium. That stadium was in existence. So they played, but one day some people came toward that place, didn't tell them anything, and the next day, the next week, a grader came and cleared a whole wide area. And after it had cleared it and leveled it, some people came with choker, with pegs, with ropes or whatever, and then they started marking the place, and we were told, you no longer are allowed to play football here. And within that month, the foundation of Russia Hospital, which we nowadays refer to as Jaramogi, Oginga Odinga Referral and whatnot, hospital, that is how it started. And we saw that people who were hired come dig the holes. There was nothing like these new machines that come and scoop and whatnot. That was hard labor. They dug it, and the building started, and the building completed. And Russia became a hospital. It wasn't called the provincial hospital, they called it Russia Hospital, because it was sponsored by the Russian government. And I'm hoping somebody is hearing me, that for me as an individual, I still wonder when the Russian government will be asked to please give us phase 2 and phase 3. There are a lot of extensions that have been done there, yes, but the original that we have there was only phase 1 of 3 what? 3 phases. So it came up. At the same time, Tomboya, which was not habitable, was also being leveled and cut, and Tomboya grew up. Down there, the last place was Magharibi petrol station, the one that most of us call Kuega. That was what they called the end of town. But right now, it is not end of town anymore. So what has happened over time? We have seen developments. The housing estates were developed by the municipality. You start with Undiek is here, Lumumba is there, Makasembo is there, Kodek is there, Reina is there, Mosque is there. All these were developed by the municipal council. And because of that, there are very many people who owe their allegiance to that old council system because they gave them a place to stay. They still want to be with the council, and I hope something is going to be done on that. Anyway, briefly, we had a lot of schools. I'm not getting into a lot of details because I know the panel is waiting to talk, but I just want to mention a few. Kisumu is known as a sporting center. In football, there were 2 teams in Kisumu. Remnants of them are still there, and so on and so forth. There was Kisumu Hot Stars, which for very many years was the top team on this side. And then there was Kisumu Black Stars. Those were the 2 main football teams of this area. They may not be heard of now. The same of Kisumu Posta, which came later. But this was where people like Gor Mahia, Luo Union, even AFC to an extent, nurtured their teams, the young ones. They left this place and went to join the other teams that side. The later Missy Shamba was a student of Kisumu boys. The later Missy Shamba played for Kisumu Hot Stars. Then the later Mrs. Shamba was taken to Nairobi to join Gor Mahia, nurtured from here. Ndolo, the Piki came from here. Zangi came from here. Bokelo came from here. The names are numerous. Obronge, the famous fellow, played here and even trained teams there. This was a center for sports excellence. Most of you, the younger generation, know hockey. Hockey currently is being played when it goes to schools. They play it on grass surface. Do you know that the reason behind that? Kisumu municipality used to have a hockey field at the sports ground, and the surface was marram. Is there anybody who can support me on that? You can. It was marram. Sikh Union here, which they call Simba Club, was marram. Kisumu Boys was marram. Even the main fields in Nairobi were marram. But then the schools management in terms of sport decided that they had to go to grass. Do you know why? Because every time you met the champions of Kisumu district or Nyanza province, you are going to be drubbed 6-0, 7-0 or 8-0. That is why Kisumu Boys stood as a pillar in hockey for all those years. You would find the Kenyan national hockey team, the first 11. If you found 8 people, they were very few. But most it was 9, 10, all from Kisumu Boys. That is the Kisumu we remember. And so when we walk around, we feel proud. was basketball. Basketball is a game that didn't start early. But two teams excelled in basketball. So that the basketball fraternity all over the country asked themselves, how did they play? One was called Juakali, and the other one was called Lakers. The current coach of the Kenyan women basketball team, Roni Owino, was the captain of Juakali Basketball Club. And on that particular day when they were playing, even the Manambas at the bus stop called it half day. They went to watch the game, then they came out. That is the Kisumu that we grew up with, and gives us a lot of good memories. A lot of good memories. There may be other things that I could talk about if I was listed, if I had all the time, but I'm reducing. Kisumu is known as an entertainment club. I mean an entertainment center. Recreation, I've mentioned the football, the hockey, the volleyball, and all those others. But in Kisumu for a long time, people liked live bands. The youth of Kisumu never went underground. You know the underground club somewhere here? They never went to underground club. They never went to some of these places. They went for boogie. Is there anybody who went for boogie here? Is there anybody who went for boogie? Boogie was an afternoon dance starting at around 1 o'clock. And the most famous place for boogie was Hippo Point. And we would walk. We walk from, I stayed in Nairobi area, which you call Kondele. We would take lunch, but believe you me, by 2 o'clock, when the boogie was starting, we had arrived at Hippo Point. And there was no fighting, no misbehavior. It was dancing, 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 dancing. By 6:30, they would close. By 7:15, with no means of transport, we had covered all the way from Hippo Point to wherever we were. I was at home in Kondele. I can see some Mzee beating his head because he participated. But for the Wazes, there are places where they used to go to dance. And one of those areas where they used to go to dance was called Nyanza, New Nyanza Club. But if you went to New Nyanza Club dressed like this, or dressed the way the MC or this gentleman is dressed, you would not be allowed. They went in the neckties and bow ties and in suits. And if you went there and you were of a younger generation, they were only to give you a look, and off you went. You couldn't remain there. And they would do their dancing there until around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and they would close down. If you are a younger generation and you are the rioters lot, there was a place called Bottoms Up. But some of those who could not go to that other side, later on there was something called Shetu Pereira here in the center of town. In the center of town where there is now Diamond Trust. There you would go, you would meet your age mates and so on and so forth. Those were entertainment. But that culture of Kisumu being an entertainment center where there was a lot of fun and laughter seemed to have disappeared. I hope we will rediscover it. We had 3 cinemas. There was Silver Theatre, which most of people don't know about. I don't know whether our former mayor Okelo knows about where Silver Theatre was. You know? You don't know. Then there was New Nyanza Cinema. New Nyanza Cinema is opposite the post office. The one which became a dance hall, prayer hall. And the Prime, where you'd take your date, you'd go for an appointment, was called Tivoli. And that is how the youth spend a lot of their time. And it was disciplined times. So when we walk around and we see the development, we say, hey, we had a Bank of India.
Check.
It disappeared. We had a Bank of National and Greatless. It disappeared. The parking lot of KCB was a bank. But they all changed names, they all changed identities and ABCDs. So we have come from a long way to come and see our city the way it is. We have a whole bypass. We have dual carriageways coming in and out of the city. We have made progress, but we have come from far. And I think for that reason, I'm only going to ask one small thing. Can we just give 3 catty claps to us as being members of the city? Thank you very much. Next time, I'll be more prepared. They know how they ambushed me.
Thank you so much, Mzee Mwalimu Okara. Tumpigie makofi. Let's appreciate him. The memory lane. Before we proceed to the second session of the panel discussion with our panelists, I want to introduce on stage Sauti Kuu to do a 3-minute song. Then we proceed with the program. Sauti Kuu.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is Sauti Kuu Melody Choir with a song of coronavirus. The theme is Wakenya Tujihadhari, composed by I, Willis Onyango. Feel welcome.
Wakenya wenzangu sikizeni, tunayo ugonjwa hatari, ugonjwa ya korona iliyo kati yetu. Wakenya wenzangu sikizeni, tunayo ugonjwa hatari, ugonjwa ya korona iliyo kati yetu. Korona imeshaenea, tuchunge afya yetu. Kuangamiza wenzetu, tushike afya pamoja, mikono tunawe, virusi na barakoa, tuepuke na umati, mitambo jiwe kati yetu, mwishowe utukufu wa Mungu utaonekana kwetu, pamoja tutashangilia, haleluya, Mungu asifiwe. Wengi wetu bado hawajui madhara ya ugonjwa, wengi wetu hawazingatii maagizo ya serikali. Twawahimiza Wakenya wote tuyafuate maagizo. Pande zote ulimwengu nzima korona imeenea, imetapakaa Uingereza, nchi yote wazungu. Twawaomba Mola tupe hekima, nguvu na maarifa tele. Wakenya wenzangu sikizeni, tunayo ugonjwa hatari, ugonjwa ya korona iliyo kali. itayo korona iliyo kati yetu. Korona imeshaenea, tuchunge afya yetu, tusije kuangamiza wenzetu, tushike afya pamoja, mikono tunawe, vieuzi na barakoa, epuke na umati, mita moja iwe kati yetu, mwisho utukufu wa Mungu utaonekana kwetu, pamoja tutashangilia, haleluya, Mungu asifiwe. Hongera kwa viongozi wetu kwa bidii mlionayo, shuja kwa madaktari wetu, pia sekta ya ulinzi. Bidii yenu inapuuza kutapaka ya ugonjwa. Twawaomba Mola tupe hekima, nguvu na maarifa tele, ili tupate njia nzuri ya kuishi na ugonjwa. Wakenya wenzangu, sikizeni, tunayo ugonjwa hatari, ugonjwa itayo korona iliyo kati yetu. Wakenya wenzangu, sikizeni, tunayo ugonjwa hatari, ugonjwa itayo korona iliyo kati yetu. Korona imeshaenea, tuchunge afya yetu, tusije kuangamiza wenzetu, tushike afya pamoja, mikono tunawe, vieuzi na barakoa, tuepuke na umati, mita moja iwe kati yetu, mwishowe utukufu wa Mungu utaonekana kwetu, pamoja tutashangilia, haleluya, Mungu asifiwe.
Thank you so much. Ziwa ensembles, then we proceed to the panelists.
Karibuni, karibuni, tunawakaribisha wote, karibuni kwetu Kisumu. 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 Karibuni, karibuni, tunawakaribisha wote, karibuni kwetu Kisumu. Karibuni kwetu Kisumu. Karibuni, karibuni, tunawakaribisha wote, karibuni kwetu Kisumu. Karibuni tusherekee maendeleo. Watu wote karibuni tusherekee utamaduni. Jumba hili la fahari litatumiwa na watu wote. Mazingira yake safi, teknolojia ya kisasa. Kisumu City tusherekea. Kisumu County tusonga mbele. Kisumu City tusherekea. Kisumu County tusonga mbele. Kisumu City tusherekea. Kisumu County tusonga mbele. Tusonga mbele. Didu didu tinde tundelu. Didu didu tinde tundelu. Ikiwa wenda nyuma ni mama yangu we, umwambie Stella siwezi kufika, umweleze Stella nimefungwa jela mama e. mama. Ikiwa wenda nyumbani mama yangu, mwambie Stella siwezi kufika. Umweleze Stella nimefungwa jela mama Ikiwa wenda nyumbani mama, ikiwa wenda nyumbani mama yangu, umwambie Stella siwezi kufika. Umweleze Stella nimefungwa jela mama Ikiwa wenda nyumbani mama, ikiwa wenda nyumbani mama yangu, umwambie Stella siwezi kufika. Umweleze Stella nimefungwa jela mama Kamwambie atafute bwana mwingine, kwani mimi siwezi kufika mama. Anizalie mtoto kike mama nitaoa. Kamwambie atafute bwana mwingine, kwani mimi siwezi kufika mama. Anizalie mtoto kike mama nitaoa. Didu didu delu delu didu didu delu delu didu didu delu delu didu didu delu delu dumbala 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 du. Stella 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 didu didu delu delu didu didu delu delu didu didu delu delu didu didu delu delu dumbala 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 du. Stella 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 didu didu delu delu didu didu delu delu didu didu delu delu didu didu delu delu dumbala 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 du. Kamwambie atafute bwana mwingine, kwani mimi siwezi kufika mama. Anizalie mtoto kike mama nitaoa.
Wapi makofi, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Remember, it's the grand launch of Kisumu Social Center. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I'm handing over the session to the panelists. Karibu.
Good afternoon. This afternoon session, we are hosting women of great stature and a gentleman of great stature within our nation, mostly in the politics of our nation. My name is Dr. Scholastic Odhiambo. I'm an economist. I hold a PhD in economics. I teach at Maseno University. I just take 1 minute to give my panelists a time to introduce themselves to our audience this afternoon. From my far right, Honorable Elisha, would you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Elisha Jack ORARO, the Speaker, Kisumu County Assembly. I'm engineer by profession, and I'm delighted to be here today as we witness the grand launch of Kisumu Social Hall after a long time of the dwindling fortunes or the dwindling nature of it. So I believe we'll discuss well.
Thank you. Honorable Rose Nyamunga, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for allowing me to find time to join you today. My name is Rose Nyamunga, nominated senator from Kisumu County. By profession, I am a lawyer and finance expert. I am a baby of this city, a resident of this city. I was born and bred here. I know so much about Kisumu, and I'm very happy with the progress it is making. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. On my immediate right, Dr. Caroline Karugu. Welcome.
Oh, there we go. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Caroline Karugu. I am Chair of Deputy Governors Forum Countrywide and Deputy Governor for Nyeri County, and a great friend of Kisumu County. I was last here when we laid the foundation stone of this project, and I'm so delighted to be here today to witness that indeed your county government is working and the renaissance of your wonderful and beautiful culture. Receive greetings from the